Walk this way, back to the show. The Fixed Ops Roundtable welcomes you back to our Rock Revolution event.
You ain't seen nothing yet. Join us for our Emerging Leaders panel filmed live at our LITHIA Suburban Collection pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Connor Kirby, here joined by Vanessa Collins, with some very prominent business leaders, starting with Elliot.
Afternoon, Elliot Ryan, General Sales Manager at Suburban Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Troy.
Hi, I'm Shon Lines, General Manager, Suburban Mazda of Troy.
Oh, Dustin Ciccarelli, General Manager at Suburban Subaru of Troy.
Mike Nakaturski, Fixed Ops Director, Land Rover Troy.
And Shon, tell us about your journey and how you identify emerging leaders inside your organization.
Well, I started a little different than most. I came out of actually Fixed Ops. So I started as, I've been in the dealership role for a long time, but I came out as a service director over at our Chrysler store in Farmington Hills, then our regional Fixed Ops director for LITHIA, Suburban LITHIA, and then had the opportunity to go back in store about a year and a half ago as the general manager of Suburban Mazda. In regard to looking for potential new leaders, it's work ethic, it's personal ownership, and how they in customer service and what they do day to day.
Thank you for sharing.
Awesome. So my next question, anybody can take a stab at it first, but what mentorship or development programs did you experience during your time growing through the ranks at your dealership or within LITHIA as an organization? And what opportunities similar to mentorship do you offer your employees today?
I think I'll take that. I mean, just as of recent, I was granted the opportunity to work with LITHIA's AMP program, which was a leadership program developed through the corporation to, identify future leaders and give us a lot of insight when it comes to different departments, growing our people, really embodying what LITHIA is all about, and working our core values to the extreme. So
that's awesome. Congratulations. That's a great program. Congratulations.
Yeah, for me, I think it's, we have 300 plus dealerships in the country, and we have a lot of support. I mean, I've reached out to Dustin numerous times and other general managers coming out of Fixed Ops that had a lot to learn about the variable side of the business. Yeah. Between our platform GM, who sat with me, weekly, going over used cars, procurement, how to manage that used car inventory, new cars, and then even our regional VP, Mike Kavanaugh, that guidance. What's nice about Suburban LITHIA is we have leadership meetings, we have summits for fixed operations, used cars, finance. So taking all that in, that's kind of grown me over the last year and a half to just become a better leader, and also just running the store a lot cleaner, easier.
Yeah, one thing that we do have available, like to Shon's point, is there's no shortage of other leaders who are available to you at any time to give you best advice in any department. So if it's Fixed Ops, if it's new cars, used cars, we also have very many brands, and we all share brands. So if somebody's doing better than you, they're always eager to pick up the phone and give you advice on anything that you need to overcome, or just any advice at all. So I had a question for Shon and Mike. How do you guys determine whether somebody is ready to be, a service manager, or next up in service, or service lane manager? I've just been wondering that because, service is one of the, the most difficult areas to excel at, and having a service leader like you, Mike, they're very few and far in between. So how have you guys been able to find that right person for those roles, or how did you, how do you know who's right to work for you to make sure that you have the best department?
I think I can just use my personal experience from that. I emerged I ran the BDC for 19 of our stores. So traditionally a contact center environment, but it ran very well that I was afforded time with Fixed Ops directors, service managers, to really engage with them and learn from them. And I think for me, what I would be looking for now that I'm in that fixed role is, it's all about the customer and finding solutions. I don't think any customer truly cares what you can't do for them. It's always what you can do for them and provide a solution. Because ultimately we're always here for our customers and to problem solve. So for me, I'm looking for that person that never says no, always finds the solution, and never cracks really under the pressure, because there's a lot of pressure to find those solutions, and sometimes you just have to take a step back and look for that solution and kind of really think critical. So critical thinker, and kind of that's what I try to do, and that's, I think, what kind of afforded me the opportunity to jump into fixed from that BDC world.
Yeah, I would agree with Mike. A lot of it's customer service. We have to have customer service. That's our number one priority with the service side of it. And problem solving is a big part of it, but managing your time. I mean, service is, where a service manager gets in at 10 after 6 every day, and he's there all day till about 5. But it's a fast-moving, fast-paced business, and just a coach, right? You have to coach your team. How do you build a team? And if you have that right coach and that right leader in there, I mean, that's that. I always look for people that with more customer service skills and coaching ability than anything. So, in time management, that's my number one for me.
This is a question for everybody, but how does the DART program strengthen the larger business?
I think ultimately that's like just a core of like developing the people that we want out of our company. Like we want to develop the best of the best, right? We want to identify those that have an actual passion for this business, which is hard to find in a lot of ways. I think that's what's great. We partner with Northwood and a lot of other regional schooling that helps us find and identify those guys and those guys and girls that have the passion and that want to be a part of this business. And like you see it, what comes through them is they're just amazing individuals, and they've done super well, and they embrace the culture, they embrace LITHIA, and they embrace everything that we do here. So I think it's an absolute huge impact for our business.
I agree. Yeah, I think any one of us would take a DART program student right now, and I've been lobbying for a year now. So, so yeah, very good program, and yeah, it is hard to find in this business. Generally people that are as passionate that we have become in this business. So, finding people at such a young age that have already decided this is pretty much what we would like to do, that's huge. Yeah, that's huge.
Well, you're in luck, Dustin, because the DART program is growing for sure. I know Diego's making a big point to really hold for Northwood students too. I mean, you've seen it yourself. Yeah. These Northwood students, they're talented. They love automotive. They're passionate about it. Like you said, Elliot, it's hard to find somebody passionate about this business, and you'll definitely find that at Northwood. But my last question is, do any of you have a success story that you want to share from any of the programs within Suburban, whether that be DART or a unique program specific to your store?
It's kind of tough because we're all kind of success stories. I mean, Elliot started in sales, and now it's GSM, and most likely.
Yourselves are the walking success story.
I mean, Mike started as a BDC, then BDC manager for years.
Amazing.
Now he's a service director. So I think our careers in general up here are kind of the proof and that these are success stories, and we've had mentors. Mike used to one-on-one mentor Elliot for a while. So there's just a lot of success stories up here.
Absolutely.
I think Mike's saying is the right butts in the right seats.
Right people in the right seats.
Right people, right seats. And I think now that I'm in the fixed operations director role, after being a service manager for a year, but had that exposure for over, I think December makes 8 years with the business. So it's been a great
Congratulations.
experience. Yeah.
And you're from different departments too, BDC, service, sales.
Right.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what department. You can grow your way up, expand your knowledge.
And that's what's nice about this business. I mean, you could start as a porter in this business, work your way up to be a general manager, even owner eventually at some of these places. So that's what's great about this business. If you're passionate and want to work hard, you can move up fast in this business. You just have to be willing to put the time and effort in. You're not going to get it right away. But
take advantage of opportunities.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities out there in this business. It's great. I love it.
Especially our company, because we have so many avenues, so many other stores, so many ability. I mean, Shon started with a Chrysler store, and now he's a general manager of a Mazda store.
Wow.
I'm still at the same store I started in sales at, but that's not very common. Usually it's we move somewhere else. And,
I think the bigger picture too is that like we have all really taken on this culture, and the idea that like we are growth powered by people is one of our biggest sponsors, right? And like we all live and breathe it, and we all want to grow better individuals. We want to have successors that are going to, you know, heighten, they're going to be better than us. And so we look for that, and we drive for it, and we you know, that's why we partner with, again, Northwood. We partner with all these great resources to find people that are going to success us, and they're going to make our business even better and better and better. So, but that's like just deep ingrained within us, and that's huge and different. That sets us apart from anyone that really is in this automotive world, is that we just are different.
I like what you said about living and breathing the core values, because that's so true here at LITHIA. It's like they're not just about us. You truly embody them every single day, all four of them. The motto too. It's amazing.
Well, my favorite one is improve constantly,
Yes.
and that's what I like to do. So
That is my
that's
favorite
what I
too,
like to see.
I will say. Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Absolutely.
Taking the time out of your busy days to tell us about your story, your success story. You guys are the right butts in the right seats, and we just really appreciate you providing insight for today's episode.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Guys. Appreciate
I'm Vanessa Collins, joined by Connor Kirby, and stay tuned because we are going to be right back.
Experience more sales, more profit, more efficiency. Experiences consumers want and results dealers need with superior automotive insights fueling AI and the only industry partner that gives you best-in-class connected solutions. Cox Automotive.
From headliners to headlines. Our next segment features Angie Pascotto and Ron Overs with the Fixed Ops magazine panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Angie Pascotto, joined today by Ron Overs, who is the publisher of Fixed Ops magazine. Ron, we have a rock star panel with us today.
This is awesome, isn't it? It's just a great group of guys that really are going to tell us what really is going on in the fixed ops world.
Yes, I feel like we're going to learn the secret sauce here today.
Absolutely. Well, my thought today is to say, you know, we came off of a year 2025 that was just exceptional for most people. They had a really great year, especially you Ford dealers, right, who just had more recalls than one would want to know what to do with. You know, it was quite the year. But, you know, as we move into 2026 and forward, I want to figure out what are the facts and what are the fertilizer that we need to separate here on what's going forward. What kind of things did you learn from last year that are really facts learned that are going to be applied maybe even more so in 2026? And what things did you say I dove into and it's still on my shoes? Okay, there's a little fertilizer action on a few of those things I tried that I thought were going to be great that turned out to be a lot of energy and more smoke than fire. So Ed, can I start you off since you had so much time to think about this? Tell me what your thoughts are on this.
Well, like you said, it's a great 25, and I am honored to be in the Ford business. Obviously, you stated something about a few recalls that we had there last year. Happened to be the most number of recalls that any manufacturer's ever had in the history of the automotive industry. But we cleaned them up last year so that we can have a clean sweep this year. And if you guys have paid attention to the news in the last few weeks, Ford Motor Company has been named the most iconic brand in America. And so those are the nuggets that I like to build on. Last year we had the From America for America when the tariff stuff was coming out. Then we had the recall stuff. You always got to have something to build on. You have the stuff with interest rates and the EV credits going away. And you have to take those things and build on them. And so this year, to start off with, we're closing out the first month of the year in January, and we have the most iconic brand to work with. We're continuing to, as Jim says in his background there, embracing mobile, taking care of our customers on their terms. The 2026 is what we make it. Leverage the opportunities that come out in front of us. And I'm looking forward to it.
It should be a great year, really will. And I do have a couple more recalls I'll be down to just get cleaned up from last year on my Lincoln, but we're almost there. I mean, it's a great car. We love the thing.
I'll buy you a burger when you get here.
All right, look forward to it. That'll be great. So Tully, tell me what's happening out on the West Coast.
Last year was a great year for us. I mean, the fourth quarter was a little dip, but overall, we did a great job. We hit our projections, grew over 10%. I feel that's a win for us. What we learned last year for us was let's dial in our driveway processes and get ourselves set up for repeat referral business. And I feel last year we hit the great almighty 70% numerous times throughout the year. And we've had stores at 75% retention rate. So the year of 2026 is the year of retention and the big three. And the big three to me are brakes, batteries, and tires. As we focus on making sure our technicians are doing great inspections and we're doing great videos and making sure that we're doing the processes right, now we can focus on making sure that we sell 75 to 80% of all red brakes, batteries, and tires. And you think, Tully, wow, that's a big goal. Batteries are easy. But we're having success with tires, and that's because I give one away for free, and I'm okay with that, and we do a pretty good job. But brakes has been our biggest struggle in making sure that we are competitive and people understand the brakes. That's going to be our challenge for 2026. We need to be 75 to 80% to ensure we have that great 70% retention rate of all of our stores. So I'm looking forward and excited about 2026.
Those numbers sounded like quite a challenge, but you're exactly right. What customer should leave with red brakes? None of that, right?
None. And so we have backstops, and there's all kinds of things we're doing. The service manager calls it. Right now, we sell at 60, 70%. Some stores a little less, some are a little high, but the group needs to sell. We want to be at 75 to 80% red brakes and red tires and red batteries, 100%.
Great goals. Absolutely. Those are awesome. No question about it. So Tom, now we're over to Western New York. Tell me your facts and your fertilizer stories from 25 and 26.
Well, 2025 was definitely a great year for us. One of the things that we learned through a phone system change was that there's an awful lot of customers that are looking to do business with us that we just weren't prepared for. So the 2026 mantra is find a way to say yes. We are focusing, just like Tully was saying, batteries, brakes, tires. A big part of the way to that is through your express type operations and being able to get people in for oil changes, to be able to take a look at the cars, do your videos, make your presentations. We're really putting a lot of eggs in that basket this year, finding a way to lead with yes, take more vehicles, no appointment at more stores. Really, the goal is all stores. We want all 40 locations to be no appointment needed for basic oil changes, for basic maintenance. But then being able to make sure that we're hitting the videos, we're closing the sales, really all focused on that retention, bringing the customers back in, give us another shot at the next sale, which then feeds the cycle.
Fantastic. And, so true. Shon Kingrey, someone who's sitting right next to you there, wrote a great article about that, about how you got processes and systems and you have to follow those processes, okay, until the customer asks for something different. Then just do it. Okay, just take that outlier and just take care of their needs, whatever the heck those are, because it's just an outlier. And the goal is to retain the customer. So the brilliant guy sitting next to you had a great article about that before. It's so important to do exactly that. Well done. Great. So Jim, I love your background, Mr. Sabino. Could anyone have a better background?
Can you say teacher's pet anymore right there? I mean, really.
You have won the award. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you. So again, 25, just to echo again, 25 was a good year. We did learn some things. We had some takeaways. We like anyone else, you learn from your mistakes and you come out better. So 25 showed that the customers really respond well when you make it convenient and easy for them to do business with you. And that, remote experience plays a big role in that for us here as a Ford dealership. Obviously, we have a tremendous support from Ford Motor Company through our pickup and delivery process and our mobile service experience. So Ford is very, very much behind that. They support their dealers at a very high level. They promote it, they advertise it, and then it comes up to the end user, the dealership, to execute those interactions with your customers. So we are going to continue that and continue to scale that and pick up and deliver more cars per day perform more mobile services, as many as we possibly can. We expanded our hours into the evenings, into the weekends, to make it convenient to service them when their vehicles are down. And that's becoming very, very rewarding with the fleets. When the fleets are out on the road, they don't have time because their vehicles and trucks are out working. When they're parked, that's when we come in, we take over, we come in, we do the recalls, the maintenance, the repairs, and it works really, really well. It's to the point where we have to continue to add mobile vans, as Ed knows that all too well. And how many he has? 44, I believe, is the last count. But who's counting? It's got, all right, there you go. Who's counting? So really, really, tremendous job that they did down there in St. Augustine. And I learned from that on a daily basis with him, and what Jeremy has continued, what Ed started. So convenience is our practice of making everything right, and the customers removing their friction points, removing any type of roadblocks, and as easy as possible through communication through their cell phone, texting, sending payment threads through their texting app. And you can't make it easier than what we're doing. We also too are going to invest more into our employees, training, making sure that they're paid properly and correctly so that they don't have a reason to possibly defect or look somewhere else. They are your face, they are your brand. So if you invest in your employees, that in turn will spin into your customers. And a good experience is going to keep them back, coming and coming and coming. As far as customer retention, customer satisfaction, all pulls into that. So again, you want to be able to sell hours, as Tully has quoted that and trademarked that phrase. And you want the ability of cars to come in with no appointments, as what Tom was saying. So, yes, you want appointments to schedule your load as best possible, but you want the ability for people to come in without an appointment and receive the same level of service and attention that you would if they had an appointment. So 2026, here we come.
It's going to be a great year, and you're absolutely right. And as a user of mobile service, I can tell you that, as you said, the voice on the phone is so important. Jamie is Ed's voice, who calls me for my little whatever thing I need, and she does an amazing job of being able to get the content, say, okay, what recalls do I need to have done? What maintenance do I need to have done? What else? And what they found, right? I did a routine service that ended up being, hey, there's a bad CV boot leaking, and there's this wrong and that. And they were able to take care of all those things in my driveway while I was working diligently at my desk at home. Or maybe I was sitting by the pool. I'm not sure, but I can tell you this. Okay, I wasn't at the dealership, looking for a cup of coffee. It was a great day, and they've done an amazing job with their mobile service. Ed, how many trucks do they have out there now?
46, and since it's 26, we have to get on past the 46. So we'll have to see where it goes.
I'll tell you what, it's great. And if you drive to his place, there's a restaurant just before you get to his place, and there is a line of mobile vehicles that you just very impressive for the job that they have done. So yeah, he's done a really great job of getting that off and running. So Shon, tell me what's going on up there in Wisconsin.
It's sunny Wisconsin, by the way. I'm blessed as this panel, because normally I follow Tully, and for those that don't know, that's Jim made that one hard. I think for 2026, Tully made a comment that the fourth quarter took a dip, and it did for us as well too. And quite frankly, we ate up a lot of 2025 that we shouldn't have ate up in 2026. So okay. For us, our change is going to be we're restructuring our training program across the board. We're revisiting that completely. And when I say a wholesale change, it's a wholesale change. And it's not just because what works for one store doesn't work for the other. I think what I discovered, and I'll look in the mirror when I say this, if you don't have the ABCs, you can't do the XYZs, okay? If the ABCs aren't correct, the XYZs aren't going to work. And we were so focused on what the end model looked like that the basics of the blocking and tackling were broken. And I'll own that, and I'll accept that, and we're going to move forward on that. So that Q1 is we're already into it. We're 3 weeks into Q1 at this point, and then you got NADA and everything else that gets the distractions. Normally up in the Midwest, January and February are slow. It's not the case anymore. We don't have the ups and the downs and the peaks and the valleys. So I think for us, blocking and tackling is back to where we are in the ABCs, and 100% refocus on our training strategy.
how important that is, right? Right. I mean, just starting even with the communication skills with the customers, just the assumption that everyone knows how to speak and everyone knows how to communicate with people. It takes training. It takes a lot of training. I don't know if you've ever been, I haven't been through a deposition. Okay. Unfortunately, in my life, I've had a couple of these, and you learn very quickly how to talk, how to listen, how to say, answer the question, but not do any more than answer the question. And, I think it would help every service writer to go through a deposition training, to learn to, you really got to learn to listen to those customers and learn what they really want. If you're not sure, repeat back what you thought you heard and then answer their request. So training, starting right with communication is so important. And kudos to you for taking responsibility to say, hey, this is what I got to do. We got to make this right. And then we got to move it forward. And then business will just continue to take off and grow. So way to go. That's great. So Scott, tell me about yourself. What's happening out in the desert?
Same old, sunny and warm, not too hot right now. So we're enjoying that. But 2025 was a good year. We ended up year over year, not as much as I'd like to have been, but we were up. So a win's a win. 2026, going back to the book, Atomic Habits, small changes in habits lead to big outcomes. And we've tasked everybody with just improving by 1%. Seems like a very small number, but you think about if everybody in the entire dealership improves by 1%, that's a pretty exponential number. So pretty good increases. We're implementing electronic menus that we can present on the tablets right on the service drive. I think that'll help with sales there. Kind of to Tully's point, we're going to hold them accountable to 70 to 75% on sales, especially safety related items. We're also we'll be able to measure their presentation and the acceptance of the menus. So that's going to help a lot. And then just going back to the basics, I'm spending a lot of time in the shop and on the service drive just to see where there's opportunities to improve processes and also to learn what people don't know. Because if you don't know what they don't know, you don't know what kind of training they need. So going back to the basics there, and it's kind of like Shon said, just reevaluating our whole training process and trying to figure out exactly what people need so we can give them what they need and get them to where we get that 1% extra out of them and more, hopefully.
Now, that sounds like the plan, right? The plan is to make sure you're doing the basics right, and then have really set goals that actually are achievable and measurable, so that you can see what it's going to happen. Now, most of us have a fixed ops real focus. Now, someone on this panel, of course, does well more than that. He's kind of a GM kind of guy, but the rest of us really focus on just fixed operations. My question to the group really is, how do we communicate? We're all talking retention, right? But how do we make sure that the whole dealership understands the focus of service, besides obviously profitability, is to retain that customer and keep that customer going someplace else, and making sure that we're all on the same boat, talking with management, talking with GMs. GMs can be tough to talk with because most of them think they know everything, and you have to put them in their shoes every now and then and make sure they got it right. But the reality is, how do we really talk from fixed ops to the GM, to the owners of the store, and say, hey, this is how we make all this, work together and work well. Hey, let's start right off with Mr. Roberts and see how we would put it together.
Well, I'm still in my shoes, so you don't have to put me back in my shoes. I'm still good there.
All right, we'll do that.
We're good. And Tully and a lot of these guys on this call gets it. It's that is exactly the foundation of a great dealer, where loyalty comes from fixed. And yes, sales sells the first one. We don't have anything to do until sales sells a car. And then once they do, it's up to us to retain that customer and keep them in that brand. And we are very, very fortunate on that, because I can layer in those elements. We talked about mobile earlier, and those things that takes away the friction of that customer journey that they go through the ownership, as they go through the ownership experience. And when you take away that friction, not always do we start off owning the driveway. meaning having both of our vehicles in their driveway. But after they experience it with one of them, then they know what they're going through on the others. That becomes easier to retain them and then own the driveway with the second vehicle. But it's removing the friction. And the more we can do those things, whether they're coming in, and if they're coming in, it isn't just a customer experience, it's a technology experience. And if we're coming to them, it's removing those things that robs the time so that guys like, I don't know, a publisher can hang out by the pool while we're servicing this vehicle.
So true. And, but you know, you've done a great job with all of that, right? I mean, that's the beauty of your organization. And it's a real good point. Remember talking about my sister's Lincoln story, right? Where she got one of the first Corsairs ever built. And maybe, you know, it wasn't perfect, you know, during its construction process. And so it had some really early tough service visits with ghosting software and crazy stuff that you just can't imagine. And she has gotten to the point where she said she will now not buy a car from a dealership that doesn't have mobile service, that doesn't have the things that, you know, that Bozard has, because that becomes now part of what owning a car is all about. Someone who's going to take care of them when there's friction points, big friction points. And she's loving her red Corsair now. Life's good.
Yeah, no matter what brand we represent, we all have service departments tied to us. There's always speed bumps with whatever the brand is. And it's how we take those speed bumps out from where the customer doesn't feel them as much.
No, well done. Tully, how about yourself?
Well, you know, I think it starts with the dealer. If the dealer understands that we are truly in the repeat referral business. Now, I say it probably hourly, if not, you know, every 30 minutes to everybody I talk to. But I think that, you know, it starts with if everybody truly believes that our leader believes in it, which he has been in business for 104 years, I would assume that the Nilos have figured that piece out. But, you know, when we have our dealership group is all within the Sacramento area, and most of our dealerships are within 10 to 20 minute drive, is that we have a lot of customers as we build a great relationship with a person that, say, bought their very first car, a Volkswagen, and then they graduate to maybe an Audi or a BMW. And then as they get more successful, they have a couple of those cars. And next thing you know, they might be buying a Porsche or a Land Rover. Next thing you know, when you look at your long-term great repeat referral customer, they have bought 6 or 7 cars from you, plus their family. So the struggle that we have is that it's more of a DMS issue, and they always say they have these things and this. It doesn't really work well, but we are working hard this year. So when a service writer, a BDC agent, a salesperson, is a first contact person with that customer, we can say, thank you, Mr. Overs, for buying 17 cars from us. We can't thank you enough. What can we do for you today? And we need to make sure that all of the writers and everybody understands that, you know, this is a customer, no matter if they bought 1 or 100, that they understand the value. I'm not going to put a dollar amount there because that will make it weird. But we need to say thank you. You brought your car in 75 times over the last 4 years. It's a little heavy, but that's what we want to focus on. And I think that as we get technology to help us with that, and DMSs are kind of helping, but not really, is that we really need to work on how do we help our first contact people say thank you, and then what can I do for you today?
Great points. Tom, how about yourself?
So I think that this issue, partially at least, is solved by one of the things that solves a lot of issues in our business, which is communication, right? So if you think about it, our business model in general is pretty good at building silos between departments, right? The parts department needs to hold their, you know, specific gross and net. Same thing with service. You know, used car managers are graded on their ability to hold gross on their deals, so they want to minimize recon costs. So we have all of these little silos that are fighting for their own piece of the pie, which then generally makes everybody do a little bit better, but it leads to those walls. So the way that we tear down walls is through communication. So if you're not having at least a monthly all department meeting, all staff meeting in your store, and talking about the challenges, talking about what the goals are and what each of the departments are focused on, you don't really know how you can help each other and how it starts to build some synergy, you know? And in that same vein, if you're a general manager that happens to be watching this, make sure you're coming in through the back door. Walk into the shop. Don't come into the front of the house all of the time. Park in the back with everybody else, come in through the shop, talk to the technicians, make sure that you know their names, make sure that they know your name and who you are. Those sort of things. As you start to tear down those walls between departments, it becomes a lot easier to understand that we're all playing for the same team. And if the service department and the parts departments and collision, if they're helping to sell more cars, all that's doing is driving that work back into the service departments. If we're retaining at a 60-70% clip, that work is coming back into the service departments, which then we have the ability to sell them more cars. We're building those relationships, but it really comes down to communication. Your department heads at minimum need to be communicating on a daily basis. And then that big monthly all-store meeting so that everybody knows where we stand, I think is critical.
Ron, this is the best of the best. I think that we have got such a rock star panel here, joined by so many of the leaders in the industry. I'm so thankful that you were all able to take some time today. Now, I'm hearing a lot of great things that will be happening in 2026 and a lot of reflection on 2025. I think that we have nothing but good things coming. So speaking of that, Ron, if we have anyone in the audience, and just a little aside for anyone watching, our panel today did not have these questions beforehand. So Ron likes to surprise our panel. So what you just saw and what you just heard is a very organic and natural conversation of what everyone on this panel truly thinks and what they do on a daily basis. So really thank you guys for being here, and thank you for taking some time to share your thoughts. Ron, if we have anyone in the audience who is not yet subscribed to Fixed Ops Magazine, how can they go about getting their complimentary copy?
Well, thanks, Angie. It's there it is. Look at that, huh?
Thank you, Tom.
It's great. I'll tell you what, it's been just a joy putting these magazines together, learning so many people like the great ones we have here on this panel, and really just going to fixedopsmag.com and say subscribe. Put your information in, and we will get a magazine out to you and get you on our digital magazine list, and you'll be subscribed. And if you want to, in some way, write articles or contribute in any way, we'd love to have that as well. So just send me an email, ron@fixedopsmag.com, and I'd love to talk to you about having you contribute articles and all kinds of things to help further the whole industry and make it grow.
Excellent. Well, Ron, Fixed Ops Magazine is the source for all things Fixed Ops Automotive. Go ahead and go to the website, subscribe, and get your free copy. It is excellent information. And gentlemen, thank you so much for being here today. We really enjoyed this conversation. This and more coming up on the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Do you have a great product you want to get in front of auto dealers across the country, and specifically their fixed ops departments? You know, their service, parts, and body shop. For over 15 years, Fixed Ops Magazine has been putting service-related products like yours in front of franchise auto dealers across the country. There simply is no better way to reach every dealer in the USA all at once. Hi, I'm Ron, the publisher of Fixed Ops Magazine, which is both a digital at fixedopsmag.com and print magazine that reaches out to over 38,000 subscribers who influence what products are purchased in the over 16,000 dealers across the country. Fixed Ops Magazine may even publish your article about a topic you are an expert and have a real passion for in this industry. Every article has the author's contact info so they can reach you. Write an article, run an ad, and an e-blast. We call that our bundle for success. You won't believe how great a deal it is. So to get started, call, text, or email me and I'll tell you more. We are 100% devoted to the franchise stores so we don't waste your time or money. We are laser focused on your prospects. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today. www.fixedopsmag.com. Ron at fixedopsmag.com. 714-803-5476. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today.
If you're heading to NADA, this is something you don't want to miss. The Fixed Ops Roundtable is bringing our full professional media team to the show, and for a limited time, we're offering a complimentary media package to our partners and industry leaders. That means professional lighting, crystal clear audio, high quality video production. We're capturing real conversations, real insights, and real stories from the people shaping fixed operations right from the show floor. No awkward setups, no DIY videos, just polished, broadcast-ready content you can actually use. This is your opportunity to walk away from NADA with powerful video assets for LinkedIn, social, sales conversations, and brand visibility. Spots are limited, cameras will be rolling. If you're at NADA, make sure your story is part of this.
Rock and roll all night with Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung from Rapid Recon.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We have the greats of Recon with us here today, Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung with Rapid Recon, the name in the industry. Everyone knows who Rapid Recon is, a part of the Velo umbrella. Welcome, gentlemen, back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Love being here with you. Thank you for including us.
Glad to be back, Ted. Thank you so
And
much.
Dennis and Josh, thank both of you as well for all you do for the industry and for fixed operations and for the roundtable. I'm excited to say that we're going to be with you and announce that we'll be in person next week with you at the NADA in Las Vegas for 2026. We're going to be in the Velo booth. You could see the scroll down below. We're going to be in the West Hall. You're going to be able to come by and see Rapid Recon and all of the solutions they offer. Booth number 2911W. It's a really big booth, okay? And we're going to have a big stage set up and lights, camera, action. And Velo has gone all the way on this, and we're going to get the best of retail and the best of Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung out there as well. Gentlemen, so what I want to do today is kind of set the stage for all that, bring us up to speed. Dennis, we were talking in the green room. This is the year of finding efficiencies in fixed ops. No one better than you and Josh to talk about that. So take us from yellow notepad to real workflow and talk to us about fast recon being more than just about speed. It's about money as well.
Yeah, this is an easy topic. Josh and I live in this space and have for a while. But yeah, I mean, reconditioning is not about turning wrenches. It's about speed. It's about money. Basically, it's about efficiency. And just like every year, and we're all going to see each other at NADA, it's about, okay, what am I going to do to do a better job, make more money, and make my life easier going into 2026? So I have the opportunity to kind of occasionally paw into the Rapid Recon customer base, which is, it is the base now. We've added a lot of products to it to help sell more cars.
Okay.
And help get cars reconditioned faster. But it's still the opportunity that I see in the metrics, in the numbers, is still there. I mean, we've kind of just chipped into this thing in terms of accountability, and we have customers that have taken full advantage of it. In other words, they are running it 2 or 3 days, which they never were before. They all thought they were, but they weren't. And now they are. And these are the guys making the most money. And they're the happiest because everybody's being rewarded. So the challenge we have, I think, to going into this next year is how do we help our base, both the new customers coming in and the current base, how do we help them look at what they've already got that they're not using? Okay, they don't need to spend more money on reconditioning or other tools. I mean, they usually have what they need. There's some exceptions, but usually they do. But the question really is, let's go back and look at why we did this in the first place. Okay, let's take a close look at your numbers. And if you can't figure it out, we'll help you figure it out. We've got a lot of people that really know this stuff, and they're available to help to look behind the scenes with you and figure out where to go from here. And so I'm going to ask Josh, Josh, what do you think? What from our customers, what are you hearing?
I think that, a lot of times we go into a new year like 2026 and we want to get back to the basics. And, NADA is a super special time. It's good camaraderie in a lot of ways to sit down with not only dealers, but, other vendor partners out there that sometimes collaborate together with different integrations and things. And I think a lot of times we as dealers or we as vendors, we get so wrapped up in the customer experience, meaning the consumer that's buying the car and the consumer that's servicing the car. And I think a lot of times we forget about our employees, right? We forget about how do we give our employee the best experience? How do we give our employee an easy way to track and make their jobs easier? And I think a lot of times we forget about that. And so you look at a reconditioning platform like Rapid Recon and go, okay, well, this is not just about the customer, it's about your employees. Like a detailer wants to do a good job. A detailer really wants to see what's coming, right? And so I think a lot of times we lose focus of things like that. And NADA is always a really good spot for me to sit down and think about that, right? If I own the dealership, customers are super, super important, but have we always said, if we have happy employees, we're going to have happy customers, right? And so those are some things that I'm really starting to hear and see, especially going into a new year, especially around NADA is, if I have happy employees, I'm going to have happy customers.
And Josh, this affects every dealer out there, Recon, and you gentlemen, Rapid Recon, Dennis McGinn, giant, okay, in our industry in terms of that. Josh, tell me a little more, because from what I remember and what I am aware of, Rapid Recon really helps put eyes, okay, on the system, okay, helping leadership see what's going on. If you want to maybe shed a little color on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the analogy is you buy a car off the curb or you buy it from auction. It shows up at your dealership in the very front, or it gets dropped off and it goes in a black hole, right? And nobody knows where it is. Nobody knows how long it's been sitting, right? And we have some dealers that have some processes in place without technology, like trade walks, right? And they're walking those trades, or they're walking them every day, whether it be a trade walk in a lane or whether it be a parking spot or a particular spot on the lot. But at the end of the day, if there's no piece of technology, there's still not a way to measure that, right? And when you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And if you can't manage it, you can't fix it. And so just having the visibility of a number, right? There's 24 hours in a day. The best part about that is, Ted, 24 hours for you and 24 hours for me is exactly the same. It's not going to change, unfortunately, right? Dennis, we both have 24 hours. It's not going to change. And so a unit of time and a unit of measurement is important because we're all keeping score the same way. And so having a piece of technology to be able to identify that and manage that it's important. But if you don't have it, it's kind of hard to do. So
Josh, what you're not taking into account is that Dennis doesn't sleep during those 24 hours. So he does have a few more hours than we do. You and I.
Am I still getting blamed for that? Unfortunately, it's true.
Dennis, I've heard you say that the general manager's notepad, the legal pad, the notepad is the real operating systems in the operating systems in a lot of dealerships. If you want to expand on that as well.
Yeah, I think the best way to describe it is as one general manager who was not trying to be funny. He was just trying to be actual about what's going on. And going into the dealership every day is like going into a jungle. Okay. And with monkeys on trees jumping around. And so they come into the dealership. They've already got a couple of monkeys from yesterday.
Sure.
And they tried to remember what they were or write them down on a notepad. But then all of a sudden there's another monkey jumping out at them, and it could be that. And it's just a constant flow of jungle, monkeys, and between them getting to their store and getting into their office to try and solve some of these problems. So I thought that was a kind of an interesting way to look at it from them. And some of them talk about squirrels or monkeys, but it's the same kind of thing. So what happens to accountability when you are putting everything on a yellow notepad and you've got them somewhere, you may have them in your briefcase or maybe on your desk or whatever it is, and it just doesn't work because you don't have the person directing the action, the general manager, and the assignees, all the people doing the work. They're not on the same page. They can't be because there's no technology helping them kind of figure this out. And so, we're bringing something out here called Workflow Live. It is not a Velo product. Velo has been very supportive, but we decided to go after this problem that general managers have of just managing their action items. So it's basically an accountability tool for action items. And
Can I ask you both, if you don't mind? One of the things we talked about in the green room are these 4 biggest reasons that slow down the recon process, Dennis. And I know number 1 on the list, I hear it all the time with dealers, is that we're waiting for a human being, for a person to make a decision. That's the approval. That's probably the biggest one. I know it's the first one. If you want to elaborate on that for us a little bit, Dennis.
Yeah, that's true. And it's because they're in different places and they're fighting different fires at the same time. Okay. It's the monkey problem. Okay. So how do you keep things moving forward? Well, you can chase somebody with a phone call, or you can get that on the yellow notepad and use something like Workflow Live to make sure everybody knows, hey, this is important now. And what that does, it immediately connects to the assignee, and the assignee says, yeah, I got it, or I've already done it. But everybody knows where everything is the whole time, right from their phone or their desktop. Why not? I mean, we've got all this technology. Let's use it. And so that's kind of what we're bringing into this thing. And frankly, I look at all the great products that Velo has, and that focus on fixed operations a lot, some on variable, and this applies to all of them. This applies to everything a general manager has to worry about, and I think this is going to be a big help, not just to Rapid Recon and not just to all the terrific products that Velo has brought to the marketplace, but I think it's going to help the dealership's ability to execute, to actually deliver on all the action items that keep coming up. And now they'll know where they stand, just like Rapid Recon. That's what we started that, no accountability. Okay, so we're going to bring that to the general manager for everything they do.
Josh, do you want to elaborate on that a little bit more?
I mean, you talked about the approval process. Some of those processes are still pretty archaic. And when you're referring to approvals, you're really talking about, mechanics or service advisors are getting, work approved on a pre-owned vehicle as far as reconditioning costs. And a lot of that is just because of, lack of technology in a lot of ways, right? They're trying to use the DMS, or they're literally walking it up to the sales tower to find the used car manager to get approval. And that used car manager is buying cars at the auction. They're appraising cars at the curb. Yeah. He has no plans to have that yellow notepad on a very high propensity to get it done. It is a very low propensity to get done because, in essence, if they don't have a piece of technology, there's no ticker. They don't know how long it's taken. It's a guess. And so a lot of times, when we put the Rapid Recon in a dealership, that's one of the real eyesores is that approval process, because nobody's been measuring it. There's never been a stopwatch on that step or that step of the process. And it really starts to open up some eyes where, dealers say, hey, listen, Dennis, I know you're my used car manager. I'm going to give you the ability to approve it. But if you don't approve it in a timely manner, I'm going to send it to Ted, because we know that there's gonna be things that we have to move forward with, and we're not going to wait on you. So there's ways and processes to leverage the technology to speed up that process. But yeah, the approval process for some dealers are days,
That's
not
right.
hours, days.
Yeah.
So
That used car manager is out of the store. You're not getting the approval today, Josh. And I heard he's going to another auction tomorrow, okay? Because
Right.
he's got to buy another 50 to 75 units. So it may not be till Friday or next week when we hear back.
Right.
Josh, what about things like parts too? Because, a lot of that's all got to be handled. That's part of the equation.
I think a lot of times, we look at the reconditioning process and we think, oh, we have another piece of technology that we have to implement into the store. But I think if you really start to think about, down funnel, what that looks like, parts is one of those steps in the process that can really be identified, pretty early on. So let's give you somewhat of an example of what that looks like. If Dennis buys a car, right, at auction, and it hits my inventory and it's not there yet, and I know for a fact it needs tires, why wouldn't I go ahead and get the tires ordered before it even gets to the store, it gets to the shop, it even hits the technician's bay, right? So I can't necessarily speed up the parts ordering and delivering process with Rapid Recon. But what I can do is I can give you the information early enough that you can order it early enough that the tires are sitting in the bay when the technician shows up the day to recondition the vehicle. So parts a lot of times can be sped up just because I have the availability to view that vehicle super early on in the process. And that's with anything. That's oil filters, that's oil, that's wiper blades, that's on vehicles that are non-makes. And so having that information early helps to speed up the parts ordering process, because I can do it before the car even gets into the shop.
Dennis, I go down the line, I'm looking, okay, you got the approval process. That may take a little bit. Then we get the approval. Now I got to order the parts, and where's the car? It's sitting outside. Okay. Then the technician's going to have to go find it when it comes in. Dennis, what are some of the best practices? What are some of the things that, the top stores, because I know you both work with a lot of the best dealers in the country. What are some simple habits that they do differently, if you don't mind sharing?
Well, they actually use the metrics that we developed in Rapid Recon to know where they stand, review it with their team, so the team knows they're looking at the numbers, and they should have a huddle, that Recon huddle. Some of them have every day, but certainly at the beginning of the week, at the end of the week, they should have their huddle and say, okay, well, really, how are we doing? And the third thing is, we now have so much data of stores, thousands of stores, millions of cars, that you can kind of say, well, how am I doing versus the other guys, whether they're in their group or whether they're not, and that's really a good thing. I mean, we're all competitive, but general managers and dealerships are really ultra competitive. So I think there's a driver here for speed to get the fresh cars. The fresh cars sell fastest and make the most money, and to stay on front of that. But if you don't pay attention to it on a regular basis, your people won't either. Okay.
Good point.
And I remember how this all got started. Rapid Recon. It all started with a general manager here in the Bay Area, a Lexus store that's now has everything. They're a complete Rapid customer. And he grabbed me one day and he took me out back and he said, "You see all these cars that were traded in?" I said, "I don't know when they came here. All I can do is go out and see how much dust is on them." And I thought, well, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. This is money sitting here, nobody's paying attention to it. So it's going back to the beginning. It's still there, and it's at all different levels. And the only person that can actually help cut through all this stuff is a general manager, right? Because he has all of the people there, and he's responsible for the profitability of that operation. And we're hitting in the used car business, profitability is mostly right there. Okay. they have parts and labor and things, but used car sales is where the additional profitability opportunity sits the most.
And Josh, Rapid really focuses on these best habits, these best practices, that Dennis is speaking about. If you want to elaborate on that a little bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think, once you really start to have a true measurement of how long it takes in each step of the process, right? How long is detail really taking? I think a lot of dealerships think detail takes forever. Right. I know I got done with that car. What's taking so long? And so I think once you start to leverage the technology and you leverage the metrics, that's when you can really start to put in processes, right? And what are those best practices and processes, right? It might be, okay, we have 7 detailers and we have a detail department, and that detail department just doesn't detail used vehicles, right? They have to detail new cars. They have to, detail delivery of brand new vehicles. They have to, maybe they have service washes that they have to wash. So, how do you take all that time into consideration with the technology and say, hey, we might have a team of people or a couple of people that all they do is use car washes, or, this team, once we sell a car, that's the highest priority because the customer is usually waiting. So, once you really start to leverage the technology, you can leverage the metrics and put in best practices. And that's just one of those, small little best practices that you can put in, based on the facility and the people and the many cars that you're selling. But, once you have the technology, you can leverage some of that.
I talk to a lot of people on the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Dennis, and I know when something is really good, when over the years, people just organically mention it to me offline or off on the side, and they say, you know what? We've got that Rapid Recon in our store. And that started coming up a couple of years ago, maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And I hear it to this day all the time. Okay. And they swear by Rapid Recon. Now, gentlemen, next week we're going to NADA. A lot of dealers, a lot of managers watching today are coming to NADA. They're going to see you. They're going to see Rapid Recon at the Velo booth in the West Hall. What are some of the things they're going to be able to actually put eyes on, maybe put hands on? If I don't know how much you can give away today, okay? Because I know there's a lot of reason to come next week. But if you don't mind, what can they expect, and how can they get more information on some of the things that you have coming as well that we're hinting about now?
Yeah, I think they're going to see Velo in lights with all the products, Dealer Logic, Service Lane, eAdvisor, Text to Drive, and Total Customer Connect. I mean, they've got some
and dealer pay now,
and
too.
dealer pay. Yeah, I mean, they've got some really good solutions that go across the dealership, and not just not just variable. I think, I take a lot of pride in the fact that Rapid has been very successful and that they have helped move that along with a lot of resources. And I, I'm going to be there in the booth with them and talking to them about the whole picture. And so I'm excited because it's a new year. We've got a new opportunity to kind of relook at what do we have, what are we invested in that we could improve. Okay. And I think a lot about that because from the time I started Rapid Recon, we've made a lot of progress in one area, reconditioning, but there's so many areas in the dealership that we can help them with. That can make the customers happier, make the dealership more profitable, put the general manager in control of things instead of just going into their store every day and getting jumped on by a bunch of monkeys.
Josh, would you like to add to that as well?
Yeah, listen, NADA is a blast. I think I'm going on double digits, mid double digits for NADA, and I challenge every dealer. If you want to have a conversation, come by and see us. If you're not ready to buy, it's okay, right? We don't want to sell you if you're not ready. But if you want to have a conversation, if you're interested in seeing something that might be a good fit for you and your team, come see us. We're going to show you live software, right? It will be live. We can give you some examples of what really good dealers are doing, or even some dealers that just started, right? But I think in my head, I really believe that most dealers don't buy technology not because of the price, or not because they don't think it's going to work. I think they're just so concerned about, are their teams gonna use it? And we've got over 7,000 dealers that all probably felt the same way they did, and they're on the technology. And so I think that's the biggest challenge. Most dealers probably don't buy any technology, not just Rapid Recon, is because they're afraid their people are not going to use it, and we're phenomenal at that. And so we know it's a challenge. We know what they're up against. We know that people, in a lot of ways, don't want to be held accountable, and there's different ways to make their life easier. And so if they want to have a conversation, come see us. We'd love to talk.
You said 7,000 dealers?
Yeah. In some capacity, absolutely.
That is huge. That is huge. You got a huge presence, gentlemen. And Dennis, I understand we also may get a chance to hear a little bit about Workflow Live as well when we come out to see you.
Yes. Yeah, this product is going up February 2nd. Yeah, that's when it goes on live. We'll start putting up some beta sites. And, we've been at it long enough to know we've been able to use some of the AI technology and be able to use some of that magic that makes it easier to get all the data together. That is mind-boggling, really, to try and do that on a manual basis. So whether your the customers are listening here, whether you have Rapid Recon or not, you need to come to our booth and see what we're doing. I mean, because if you don't have a velo product, a starting point, and I like Rapid, of course, is the best, you're just selling yourself short. And we know as much about this business as anybody, and we don't have to sell you anything, but we have to help you be more efficient. And that's all. That's what I've been about since the beginning, and we've seen the results. But it's not easy. I mean, it takes some moxie to figure it out, and leadership is really a big deal. And so everybody that knows about Rapid, that has it or doesn't have it, come see us, because we've got more things we can help you with. And you don't have to buy a lot of stuff to do that. We're going to be there anyway.
All right. Make it a part of your plan, everybody. Sarah Van Tyne and I will be there. We'll be with Josh DeYoung and Dennis McGinn at the Velo booth. We're going to be in the West Hall. It is scrolling across the bottom, booth number 2911W. It's a really big size booth. We're in the big leagues, and we're going to have a lot of great conversations out there. So join Dennis, Josh, and myself. We're going to be there the entire time, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Do not miss out. If you're not going for some reason, come to the web to rapidrecon.com to learn more. You can reach out to Josh and Dennis also. They're very active on social media. The giants in Recon, everybody. Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung with Rapid Recon from Velo, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Everybody wants to be part of a bigger story. And to see something like this in such a big industry is a big accomplishment.
When I heard about Rapid Recon, I was like, man, that's ahead of its time.
Rapid Recon is the one software that unifies all the departments. You're going to go from chaos to organization.
The whole idea is to take 15 days average to get these cars ready to sell and take it down to 3 to 5.
It's live. You can log into Rapid Recon and see exactly where you are.
We're processing 2,500 cars a month. You need technology to make it more profitable.
And we know the pains that dealers are going through because we've lived it.
We get so much praise for our customer service, and it's because we genuinely care.
If you want to be as efficient as you possibly can, you absolutely should have Rapid Recon as your system.
We're changing this industry in a way that it's needed to change for a long time.
Did you know your customers spend 100+ hours waiting for their car to be repaired a year? That's 4 days of their life. But Spiffy gives it back to them. Meet Spiffy, your mobile service software company. We help bring expert repair and maintenance to your customer's doorstep. Whether it be their house, their office, their salon, or church, we'll meet you anywhere. From brake checks, to flat tires, to tune-ups, we fix it so your customers can keep moving.
Don't let a breakdown ruin your customers' plans. Check out getspiffy.com.
The boys are back in town and they're looking spiffier than ever for our next panel with Spiffy.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. 2026 is the year of mobile service, and here we have the mobile service leaders from our industry with us at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Troy Blackwell from Spiffy, EVP, Automotive Business Development, setting the world on fire with two great retailers, Nolan Armpriester and Richard Lupo. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you so much.
Ted.
Yeah, thanks, Ted.
Following all of you on social media, all the things you're working on. Congratulations, Nolan. Congratulations, Richard. You got a lot on the go this year. Troy, you have a lot happening. Before we get rolling, Troy, I want to, we're at the end of the month now, and next week, a lot of folks are going out to Las Vegas for the big NADA show. Are we going to see you and Spiffy there?
Oh, absolutely. We're super excited. This is an event we look forward to every year. To see some familiar faces, people that we started to work with. Two very familiar faces on this call with us today. Two guys that I've been working with for over a year now. And we are super excited to have them join the Spiffy platform officially. So you heard it here, but very, very excited about these two guys on the call today.
All right. Well, everybody, congratulations. And you're working with the best. And tell us a little bit more about your 2026 strategy. I know we're about a month into the year now, but maybe Troy, if you could kind of set the stage for us, and then Richard, if you would kind of tell us what you're working on, because a lot of people are really interested in Richard and what you got going on, because the manufacturers you represent, and Nolan, bring us up to speed on what you are working on. But first, Troy, set the stage if you don't mind.
Yeah, and I think you've heard me say this before. This is still a relatively small community, but what I can tell you is that we have seen this really grow and take off. And it's no surprise that the customers are there. The customers are asking for this. So it is absolutely the future. And so what comes with that is we work with great partners like these two guys, and we don't have all the answers with our software. We sit down and say to the operators, what is some things that can help us be even better? So what I'm very excited about at NADA will be an announcement of a new feature set of our software that's getting a lot of attention, a lot of attraction. I can't let it all out right here. So stay tuned with that. A little teaser, Ted. We'll be on stage with you, and we'll talk a lot more about that while we're there. But what I'm excited about for the year is taking on new partners as we continue to get the software out. And what we're trying to do is just make it easy and simple for the operators every day, but simple for the customers to come in and schedule these mobile appointments.
I love where mobile is headed. Richard, as I mentioned, congratulations. Tell us what you're working on, because you are leading the pack down there.
But thanks, Ted. Thanks, Troy. What we're working on in 2026 is growing. Spent most of 2025 setting the table to grow. And so we're going to grow in unique VINs and repair order count over 2026. And one of the major pieces of that strategy is incorporating mobile into the fixed operations of Appletree, Honda, and Acura. I've been working with Troy, and we have been in partner with some the other companies that we're going to have some announcements at NADA. Everybody's going to be ready for the Super Bowl, and NADA is our Super Bowl, and we're going to get out there and make some really significant announcements about some partnerships that are coming up. They're going to make mobile service even more relevant and easier for us to schedule and get connected with customers. So that's what's going on at Appletree in 2026.
That speaks volumes, Richard. Also, the fact that you're not waiting. A lot of times, folks wait for their manufacturer to come up with an official mobile program. We know that certain manufacturers have more than others. I don't know too many Honda and Acura dealers that have big mobile programs, but Richard, you're not sitting on the sidelines. You're out in front and you're leading on this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to be the first, but we're going to be among the very first Honda and Acura dedicated mobile services providers. We are going on it independently, and hopefully it'll bear fruit and help bring Honda along and Acura along to bring in some factory support along the way.
Yeah, it will. Nolan, tell us what's happening in your part of the world.
Similar to Richard, 2026, we're going to focus on continuing to expand. Obviously, retail is going to play a big part on the dealer side, but the commercial and fleet portion of mobile is what continues to drive our operations. And Troy and his team have done some great things for our company that is empowering to our fleet customers, allowing them to book their own appointments into our scheduler, giving them access to the software themselves. There's so much opportunity that we don't want to limit anything on the commercial side. So we're going to continue to focus on expanding our operations, but really being more of a partner to our customers than anything else, and allowing them to have the power to control the services that they need and when they need them.
Nolan, you've been in this mobile business now for quite a long time, particularly on the commercial side, but also on the consumer side. Let me ask you, how are customer expectations for convenience? Because this is all about convenience. How are they changing?
Well, I mean, I think as our demographic continues to get younger and younger, that demand's there, and customers want convenience. I hate to, in any way put down a dealership, but customers don't want to come sit for an hour in the waiting area. They want to sit in their living room, right? Watch TV, get their vehicle serviced. Yeah. And I just think you're going to see the industry continue to go that way. And look, we all know the CSI benefits and the survey benefits that come with mobile service. It's almost impossible to get a bad survey as long as you're doing right by the customer. So I think the retail side will continue to grow. And unfortunately, I do think you'll see brick and mortar shrink a little bit as the years go on. I think you'll see heavy repairs and major repairs done in brick and mortar, but I think you'll see maintenance and routine services done in driveways from here on out.
Richard Lupo down in Asheville, what are you seeing in terms of customer expectations for your clients? Is the convenience factor a big factor?
Well, 100%. It is convenience. We have to give credit where it's due. We leaned on Ed Roberts, our friend, a lot, especially as we're getting started. And he talks about winning driveways, and certainly part of our strategy for growth in 2026. Okay. And also makes the great point, as Nolan said, we have a great facility here at Appletree. I mean, the nicest leather couches and the nicest shiny floors and great bathrooms and amenities. But if you don't have to get in your car and drive to the dealership and stand in line and sit down and do that, even if it's a great place and we got great professionals serving you, all that stuff, if you don't have to do it, probably not going to do it. And so meeting the customer where they want to be met is key to unlocking the next level of growth.
So Troy, over at Spiffy, I see your role, part of your role, I think, is helping these dealer partners deliver that convenience. And you're doing that by helping them with things like software and some of the other solutions you provide. Troy, speak to that, because I know now that you brought on these new partners, they're also going to be introducing some new software through you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nolan hit on it a little bit earlier. Richard has certainly seen some of the features that we have, but to kind of go back to the dealership world, the dealerships haven't done anything wrong. They have great facilities and historically have wanted the customers to come to those locations. But when you go back to the word convenience, you think about it, in some cases, they may only be 25 miles away, 30 miles away. And the dealership's done nothing wrong. It's just the customer's head is like, I'm just going to go to the Pep Boys or somewhere that might be close. Now, dealers may not want to hear that, but that is a reality. And some of our best customers that we have are at 70% retention, which is incredible. They're getting those customers back into their ecosystem. And it's simply by just offering a mobile solution. We'll come to you. We'll come to your house. And if you can do any of these jobs without a lift, think of that. I mean, Nolan's built an incredible operation that doesn't necessarily bring the customer down to have to put the car on a lift, and he does so much stuff out on the road. Kind of going back to some earlier things that we talked about with newer features. We sat down and listened to Nolan's team, and they said, "What are your frustrations? What do you wish you had?" And they said, "Yeah, one of my customers," and I hate to say that they had to fax an Excel spreadsheet, but just think of that. They have to go into an Excel spreadsheet, look at all the VINs of their fleets that they may have, and do a lot of data entry and manual things. And if our software can alleviate that, it just freed up. We heard directly, not only from his team, but from his customer that said, "Oh, this is going to save me so much time." So those are the things that we do at Spiffy, that we sit down and really listen to our dealership partners, the customers. What are they looking for, and what can the software do to help streamline and make it easier for them? So that's really where I'm at, and that's where I spend a majority of my time. Listen, it's less selling, Ted. It's more educating and partnering and finding great people like Nolan and Richard, and seeing what we need to do to continue to improve the technology.
Nolan, for your peers, for the dealers watching today, who may be asking this question, how do I measure success in mobile? And I come to you again because of the long years of experience. Is it in CSI? Is it in retention? Is it in revenue? Is it in something else, or all of the above?
I think it's all the above. And I think, Troy nailed it. Well, what other area can you hold such a high retention rate? I mean, a customer, if they use you once for mobile, they're going to continue to use you. And that it speaks volumes. And we've always had traditionally a very high retention rate at our stores, but it doesn't compare to mobile. And neither does our CSI. And I'm not putting down our brick and mortar fixed operations. They have great service and they take care of customers. But I mean, I think I've said it like a year ago that you have to try to get a bad survey. It's almost impossible to get a bad survey with mobile service. And it just speaks to that convenience and the ease of transaction with the customer. And I think that's why mobile is so powerful. And it's not going away. And everybody needs to get on board now. And that's the facts of it.
I was in a dealership recently that does not do mobile service, Nolan, and I walked through their waiting room at peak time. And of course, a lot of people sitting and waiting. And I said to myself, isn't this old school, right? Compared to what is now and what the future is going to look like. Nolan, you said it best a while back. The future is outside the four walls of the dealership.
That's correct. Yeah. I mean, I even saw a meme, a couple months ago that says our coffee's great, but your living room's better. Right. So nobody wants to be here. They want to be at home, and we just need to serve those people. And it's not only the retail. I do preach that commercial is where the true opportunity is to grow and expand, but we can't forget about our customer base and taking care of them as well.
Richard, you got a big staff. You got two young dealers who are the brothers. I had a chance to meet them when we were down at the Apple Tree. How are you guys going to measure success? Same question I gave to Nolan. CSI, retention, revenue, or something else?
Well, definitely CSI, growing our base. And that's one of the things that we're talking about. People hold on to Hondas for a long time. And with the market conditions that have been around for the last several years, we're so deep into the trade cycle where these cars that are coming through with 60, 70, 80,000 miles on average right now. I think our average car is 70, couple thousand miles. We're in unheard of territory on the service side, where your average vehicle's got 75,000 miles on it. And the customer is 5, 6 years, 7 years of holding their vehicle. And if we've got a customer that's buying cars from us, but not servicing from us, if we can reestablish that because they're 30 miles away from the dealership, we're going to be able to maintain that relationship through service, and hopefully dealer and brand loyalty will follow when it's time to trade, and purchase that next vehicle. So that's another part of the way that we're measuring success, is to reconnect in some cases or continue to retain customers that are in our outlying areas to improve brand and dealer loyalty when it's time to finally get rid of that car that is going to need, significant repairs as they're coming up on 80, 100,000 miles.
Troy, Spiffy works with some of the best dealers in the nation. Again, also deep experience in this. What are you seeing out there in the market with the dealers you're working with right now? What are their biggest operational challenges for dealers like Richard and for Nolan? Is it the people, the staffing? Is it scheduling? Is it logistics? What are you seeing?
I just think it's a little bit of history, Ted. I think that historically what happens, I'm fortunate where I had spent a bulk of my career from the retail side. So I've seen it on both sides of the table, right? So I remember lots of people coming and showing something new, flashy device or software that might help you, right? And unfortunately, in a dealer world, you may only use 10% of it, or it may be so overly complicated that it just kind of gets shelved. And so I think what's been great is, one, we want to make sure that the associates that are using the software are trained. Two, kind of going to an example with Richard, we sat down and said, what tools are you using today? And he'll say, well, look at how my customer comes in to us. How do they start their shopping journey, whether it's on the variable side or on the fixed side? And they partnered up with Blink AI, right? So we'll go to NADA and we'll walk the floor, guys, and we'll see all these AI companies,
Yes,
right?
we will.
They're trying to say, hey, here's some things that are going to help you. But I like to see it really practical, right? I like to sit down with the operators like Nolan and Richard and say, how does a customer's journey begin? And then Richard showed me some things that Blink AI was doing, and that prompted another call, right? So we partnered up with Dave Perry and Blink AI to look and see what we could do with them. So kind of stay tuned on that. And then he also uses Urban Science, which has a lot of data. And which was really cool is he showed us all this data that was beyond just his real close PMA that he has, and maybe customers that he lost over time. And so it really helps us from a strategic standpoint. And then I'll summarize it by saying we like to sit down with not only the fixed operations director, service manager, but the GM and even principal, and to sit down and say, what is your strategic vision? And maybe on the variable side, they want to do an acquisition play. Maybe they want to buy more cars. Well, to Richard's point, not only the one that they're fixing, and you've heard me say this before, Ted, they have a secondary car in the driveway.
Yeah.
So if you really want to get aggressive, you might be able to even then go appraise that car. So I just think in just kind of in a summary standpoint, there's so much opportunity that can be done. And yes, it's new, and it can be new for others, and that sometimes scares people. But I think what we're here to do is help consult and advise in addition to putting the software in their hands.
That second car, you're right, Troy. We talked about that when I saw you in Detroit in December last month. And yeah, even the trade acquisition on that. Troy, Richard, Troy's always on the cutting edge, right? This could be the next biggest things on mobile.
Well, fortunately for me in my career, I started with a fantastic company with CarMax. And, when we opened up, it was very early on. And it was, their big strategic play was to acquire cars, whether you buy a car from them or not. And so, again, I know that as they opened up locations and yet Carvana, and how can we help the dealerships win some of those trades? And a lot of it is just, having access to them and providing them great value. And here's what we can do to win that trade.
Richard, a lot of dealers like yourself are going to be in Las Vegas next week walking around. And Troy mentioned the buzzword AI. We're going to hear that all week long. Richard, where does AI, how is that going to make an impact? What are you seeing? What do you see in your crystal ball?
In the near term, what it's doing, it's not replacing people's job. It's a tool to leverage. For instance, if you're making appointments, if you've got a competent AI agent, they can make an oil change appointment, right? And that frees up our BDC to talk and have longer conversations with customers that have more complex issues that need to speak to a human. So it takes the easy stuff, knocks it out of the way, gives our existing BDC staff time to spend with the customers that really need that attention. And so those are the kinds of things that if you're good at taking care of your business, this is just a great tool in your tool belt to help service your customers, bring up efficiencies, and it lands on the bottom line eventually.
Yeah. And Nolan, coming back to your vast mobile background, how do you balance things like shop utilization with having people out in the field? What are some of the things that you look at that we may not be thinking about off the top of our heads, but you've already experienced?
I think mobile is the ultimate assist for shop utilization, because you're going to find once you branch out that there's so much work on the road that what you start doing is you're pushing it to your brick and mortar. That is our biggest challenge, is getting all the work done, to be honest with you right now. And, to Richard's point, AI, I like to use AI in a lot of our areas. And I do believe that he hit the nail on the head. It's not here to replace anybody's job, but it will replace the people's jobs that don't learn to utilize AI. Right. I mean, you have to learn to adapt it and bring it into what you're doing each day. But yeah, I mean, I think that mobile service really is going to start opening up and helping fill the brick and mortars that may not be filled up capacity wise right now. A lot of people get into mobile to alleviate shop capacity and help with that. But we were quite the opposite. It's been flowing to our shops and keeping everybody busy. So mobile is definitely everywhere as long as you look for it.
Troy, for the folks watching this at home and from their dealerships, what do you see as the biggest growth opportunity in fixed ops this year? Here we are a month into 2026 already, but what are you seeing?
Well, that's kind of a layup for me, Ted. That's, of course, I'm going to sit here and say it's mobile. Listen, but I do feel for those guys. I know when variable gets soft, everybody looks at fixed to save the day.
Yeah.
And that has been historical. And I think that we just need to look at our internal processes and see what we can do to help. Now, each dealership's going to have a different strategy. Where Nolan's really heavy on the fleet side, I may have a dealership like in Ed Roberts at Bozard was really a capacity, and then they really wanted to go after that customer. But you have fleet, you have recall, and you have the B2C side of this. So what we'll do is we'll tailor it to whatever that customer is looking for to help them grow that side of the business. But I think the other metric is the retention and the CSI piece of that. And if we can help get some of those lost customers back, that's going to help them down the long run. So that's what we're excited about.
Richard, we've talked about this before, but if you look back at our industry, let's say it's 3-4 years from now, and look back at 2026, first of all, what will that service department in, let's say, 2029 or 2030 look like? And what are we going to look back and say, what did I wish I knew or did in 2026 that I didn't do?
I think that if we look 3 or 4 years out, one of the things that's going to change is we're going to not be retail focused. I envision a scenario where a car is full self-driving, and after I've been at work all day, I'm sitting at the dinner table, my car will start up and drive itself to the service department, get serviced, and it'll be in my driveway when I wake up, or a rental car will be there waiting for me to sign an agreement, and you'll get a key to start it from your phone. And so we're going to have to be open 24/7. It's going to be a lot less people sitting on couches and a lot of people cars showing up without the driver. And you're going to have to pivot and be less retail 9 to 5. Not that we're 9 to 5, but I think that's the one thing. And then the next thing is for the owners, the EMs, GMs looking at mobile, it's not just a fixed operations tool. And there's F&I product that's available to sell mobile. And then there's also a technician that's going to be doing an in-depth video multi-point inspection in that driveway.
Yes.
And there is no way that there's no reason that you cannot roll that into a trade appraisal on the spot on that vehicle.
Nolan, we talked about that recently also, not just video, but pictures as well, right? On the mobile.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that's video obviously is best, but pictures just as good too. And, there's the old saying that sales sells the first vehicle, but service sells every vehicle after that. Right. And that is what mobile is going to continue to do. Is the customers that do business with us on the road are going to come back to the store and buy, whether it's commercial or retail. And that is really going to be the driving factor moving forward to retaining sales, I believe. Better than price points is the service that we give the customer.
Nolan, what's the biggest growth opportunity for this year in 2026?
I
And
mean,
I'm thinking back to when you first contacted me, and I didn't quite know who you were, and we did a little fact checking. We said, "Oh yeah, this guy really knows mobile."
I think it's the same for me anyway. It's always commercial, but again, I think it's just offering convenience to the customer, whatever that may be, whatever service they may need. Trying to adopt the mindset of never saying no, always finding a solution for the customer's problem. I think that's very powerful, and I think it's something that a lot of dealerships lack. We've gotten good over the years at making customers do business on our terms. I think it's time to just change that up a bit.
Troy, at Spiffy, you're helping dealers with their 2026 strategy, getting into mobile. You're introducing software to the gentlemen who are here on the screen. You mentioned an integration or two along the way. I heard Blink AI, a great partner here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable as well. Troy, you've also got NADA coming up next week. Troy, you're the only person I've met so far that's got 2 booth numbers scrolling at the bottom. Tell us what's happening there for the dealers coming to NADA, because we want them to come see you.
Yeah, we're actually very fortunate that we've established a great partnership with Hyundai over the last 6 to 8 months, working strategically with them in a handful of locations to get and spin up mobile service. So with that, we will have a van at the Hyundai booth this year. You'll see it there at the bottom.
Wow. An actual van in the booth.
Actual van. We'll have 2 vans. We'll have one there at their booth, and then we'll have one at ours. So we're very excited to show off our latest and greatest van upfits that are helping the dealership. So you'll have plenty of opportunity to see us at either location. We'll have a staff. We have to divide and conquer, but we'll have a staff there at Hyundai, and we'll have a staff at our booth as well.
And Troy, Sarah, and I will both be at NADA. We look forward to meeting with you at the booth and also interviewing you on the stage. And Nolan, same, and Richard, and finding out more about your retail plans for 2026 and getting into all that. Troy, for the folks who are not coming to NADA, what's the best way for them to learn more about Spiffy?
Yeah, I know. I'm one of those crazy guys that gives out my cell phone, but I'm in sales too. So yeah, they can contact me anytime on my cell, which you don't have at the bottom, but it's 949-212-7552. So my wife will appreciate that in a car when that phone rings. So, but guys, I really appreciate you joining the call today. You've been fantastic customers for us. Continue to help us build the software and taking it kind of to the next level. So, Ted, always appreciate the stage with you. Been a great partner.
You guys are fantastic, and looking forward to lots to come. Nolan, if you would give us the name of the new dealership. I know you're in Hamburg.
It's going to be Twin Pine of Hamburg. Looking forward to having that open within a couple weeks here. Hopefully, we have service open on Monday. So, we're excited to do big things and excited to expand mobile. Continue to work with Troy and the team and new beginnings. So,
Nolan, you're a great partner as well. Congratulations too.
Thank you so much.
Richard Lupo, Apple Tree, Honda, and Acura. You're always on to the bigger and better. So, Richard, congratulations and exciting times for you.
Thank you, Ted.
All right. Everybody, Troy Blackwell with Spiffy. He's the EVP. You can meet him in person next week if you're going to Las Vegas at the NADA show. Troy will be there. They have a booth for Spiffy. They'll also be in the Hyundai booth, mobile vans in both, and we'll also see him with the Fixed Ops Roundtable in the West Hall. So congratulations to everyone, and thank you for all you do for the industry. Everybody, Troy Blackwell with the A-List team here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
I am nervous because we took staunchly different approaches. It's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough.
I don't know. We'll see.
It's all up in the air, so I'm just excited to see what happens.
I'm in it to win it. I'm going to get that Best Northwood Student title and the winner of the intern. So Stephen better watch out.
I think I'm going to win.
This show has got us on the edge of our seats for the PartsEdge panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have Kaylee Felio and the PartsEdge panel with us. Gentlemen, and Kaylee, welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
Ted, we've got quite the group here with us today.
Sarah, we do, and we have an exciting topic, and it's very, very important for the industry to hear. Very quickly, before we start, I'd like to ask everyone to introduce themselves, starting with Mike Weldon, and then we'll go around to Scott and Don and back to Kaylee. So, Mike, if you don't mind, do the honors.
Thank you, Mike Weldon. Of course, I'm recently retired with the Hansel Auto Group, been in the automotive business for a number of years. We won't count because I've lost fingers and toes. But I am currently a coach for CPI, or Center for Performance Improvement, and working with dealers, improving the retention and bottom line net.
Love it. Scott?
My name's Scott Rutherford. I'm with Mike Maroney Auto Group. I work out of the Mike Maroney Chevrolet North in Colorado Springs and Volkswagen, and also mentor some of the other parts managers in the group.
Great organization. Scott, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and thank you as well for being here. Don.
Don Andres, owner-president of Auto SCT Consulting and Training. That is my transition company after retiring from the automotive business for working for many, many years. And so I'm excited to be on the panel again. Thank you, Kaylee. And it's exciting to see what 2026 is going to bring us.
Yeah. Thank you, Don. And Kaylee, if you don't mind, tell us a little bit about yourself and what PartsEdge does for the dealers in our industry.
Oh, yeah. So I'm the sales and marketing for PartsEdge, and we work closely with parts managers and parts departments to make sure they're maximizing the profit and turning the inventory and making sure that, you know, that asset is being managed properly. So that's what we do.
Wonderful. And I thought with everybody on here, very appropriate topic, Kaylee. If you don't mind, maybe kick us off and get us started, and we'll see where it takes us.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about so many things when it comes to parts, I feel like, but this is we haven't touched on this too much. And considering the crowd we have, I feel like this is a great topic to cover. And what we're seeing at PartsEdge is, you know, all the newer parts managers coming in, retiring parts managers, and just planning for that and just going through that. And I believe Mike, you've gone through this, and then Scott, you are in the process of going through this. So just want to talk about just kind of how to set that up. What challenges can you guys see? And yeah, let's start with that.
Mike, you okay to start us off?
More than happy to. And then Scott, you just chime in as we go along.
Okay.
And I will not try to date ourselves.
I tried not to. I was trying to be nice.
No, and really, age is just a number. You know, if you have a desire and you love this business, you're always going to stay connected in one way or another. But you know, some of the challenges we've had, not only in parts but in service and with technicians, is transitioning people. You know, we've gotten to the point that the business is changing. Therefore, the look of the business is changing because the personnel is changing. And what we need to do differently than what we're currently doing is to set these companies up, or our company up, for the next generation to come in, giving them the right tools. And unfortunately, the talent's limited out there. There's not a lot of expertise, and we need to put mechanisms in place or help these people as they transition in to build the business, because it's not getting any easier. It's getting more complex with the type of vehicles that are being manufactured, the on-time parts initiatives that are out there. So I think this discussion should be about that, and some of the trials and tribulations, what we can do to help each other to move that forward, to help these dealerships survive.
Well, and I like how you pointed out that it's only getting harder, because I think there's a misconception that happens sometimes with the manufacturer programs and the auto stock replenishment, where the dealer or upper management just thinks that that's, just trust that system, which I think, Scott, you can kind of speak to that a little bit of, it is getting harder to stock the right parts and manage those programs, because they don't just do it for you.
Yeah, I would say I spend more time now with inventory, purchasing, returns, working the manufacturer program than I ever have. The manufacturers, whoever it is, if it's Ford, General Motors, or whoever has their program, went to all the dealers and said, hey, you're going to be able to put this in place, and now your parts manager is going to have all kinds of time to do other stuff like marketing, et cetera. And I really disagree with that. If you're working the program to the best of your ability, you will spend a lot of time on it. The manufacturer it helps, but you can get in a lot of trouble by just saying, okay, and just running with it too. So on that subject, yeah, it's not quite as easy as they made it sound.
Yeah, I can see that. That happens a lot. And it does, like, to your point, it does help make things a little bit easier, but you have to work it. You have to work the system.
Right. Yeah, you can't, so we have a holiday coming up, or great example was the strike. And so what do you do to get more parts on hand if there's a strike, if there's a weather delay? I mean, I'm in Colorado, so we absolutely could get a weather problem and be out of parts for, very quickly, because of the amount of stock that we have on hand will run out quickly now. And so you can't just go into your computer and say, I want 10 more days supply. I want 3 more months supply, whatever it is. You have to manually go in and change each part number to say, I need this much of that part number, and then go to the next part number, and you just keep working. So, and with back orders right now, with supplier issues, et cetera, it's been tough. It's been, like I said, it's been a fair amount of work, but honestly, inventory is my favorite thing. I love doing, what should we have? What should we don't have? What do we not need anymore? I don't have any favorite parts. If they aren't selling, they aren't earning their place, they're not paying the rent. And so I have no problem going, that one's going in the trash can. It's not taking care of it anymore.
That's the right mindset to have. Don, did you want to chime in on any of that?
Well, I think Mike brings up a unbelievably big point, in the sense that it is not uncommon that you see a parts manager that's retiring that starts to maybe work with one of their counter people to transition them into this management role. Mm-hmm. But that's challenging, because on any given day, that counter person is just busy. They're just doing what they do. And so with all the best intentions in the world, the truth is that doesn't always happen. And now suddenly there's a big party, there's a big send-off and retirement, and suddenly the new guy or gal gets overwhelmed, because it turns out all the things that parts manager made look easy is really important. really important. In fact, you bring up a great point. It's not uncommon when you have some anticipated crisis that you spin up your inventory a little bit. Well, guess what? 2 months in, 3 months in, you got to actually dial that back down again, don't you? You've got to go back into the same numbers, dial them back down again. And so for Michael and I, we get into stores that we're evaluating fixed operations. We're evaluating productivity and things of that nature. If there's an area that we're consistently finding is that the old regime retired, moved out, the new came in and didn't respect how important it is to monitor that inventory, how important it is to understand those returns actually need to be returned, and everything that goes into that. So we end up with stores with a unbelievably chaotic parts department where the counter people, as well as the technicians, are not trusting inventory levels. What's on the shelf and on the books are the same. And so there's a lot of anxiety. So these are little things that slow down productivity in a big way, all because that transition doesn't go as well, isn't as intense, isn't as focused as it could or should be when we see people exit and then new people getting promoted. Kaylee, I think this is where your company becomes such a powerful asset and such a great partner, because those daily routines, those daily reports that are getting in front of that new parts manager are constantly exposing, hey, there's some things you got to work on. Hey, there's some things you've got to do that. And of course, their comfort zone is what? It's working that counter still and answering those phones, when in fact they have to transition to that very important leadership role. So this is a great subject. I see it go bad in my store visits.
I'm curious, Scott, what have you seen to be successful? Because it sounds like you've mentored a few, and you guys are adding stores. Like, what's a successful process for you, and how do you still manage your store and help the ones that are, up and coming?
Yeah, we have what I'd call a really great program with this company. They're always training the next manager, training the next guy up. I've been in this for a while now, and most of the time the parts manager becomes manager because the last one got caught drinking. The last one did something really stupid and got fired. And hey, guess what? You're the parts manager now. So zero training. And the discussion was, you'll learn this job by the seat of your pants. That's the only way you're going to learn it. And, including myself, that's kind of how we got trained.
Yeah.
But we don't have to do that anymore. We've got programs like NADA and NCM, and we use those in this organization. And I've been here about 7 years now, 8 years. And I remember when I started, they were like, okay, be watching for your replacement, because, you're going to need to have somebody follow in your shoes. And so that is something that, like I said, we do training on it. I do, we purchased a couple of stores 2 years ago, 1 year ago, and the parts manager had been there forever, and it was a family store, and okay, it's not going to be a family store anymore, so I'm going to leave. Today will be my last day. And so then we take somebody from one of our other stores who we've had in the training and who we have started to say, okay, this guy looks to be the next one up when we get an opportunity for him. And we put him in that place. And then I went down with him. We open the store together. We do an inventory together. We get them started as to, here's some ways, here's the problems I see that we've got. Here's how we can work on that. And Kaylee, I'm not just going to brag about PartsEdge, but it is such a tool for us. And especially in a situation like this, where you can say, hey, we've got a problem here with obsolescence, overage, over inventory. And I believe when you brought it up that we kind of get, I don't trust the system. I don't think it's got enough parts on hand. I'm going to bump that up on that, and which is probably the wrong thing to do. Yes, it was a hot mover at one time, but it has definitely slowed down, and I don't need that much on hand anymore. So I've kind of moved into a mentor role in the past few years, where if Mike buys the store and, we've got a young or less experienced maybe manager in it, my phone's always open. I've got a couple of them that call me, not daily, but for sure every week. And we discuss stuff. And if I don't hear from them, then I call them. and we compare, how's your dealership going here? What can we do for a warranty parts markup? What can we do for, gross profit in the customer pay area? What are you doing here as far as, it's one thing to be manager and just run day to day, but I'm not going to say anybody can do it, but what can you do that makes your job more valuable than, just doing a day-to-day job? Where can you get the extra discounts? Where can you make a purchase that'll, make you money on the backside as well as when you sell it? So I would say the last couple of years have been more fun for me than a lot of the other ones before that.
And Scott, if you don't mind, in the green room, we were talking a little bit about you working for Mike Maroney in the organization. He's been on the show many times, and I remember him telling Sarah and myself that his father originally started off as the dealer in Buffalo, New York, and at some point along came the knowledge transfer, and then Mike became the dealer, probably the biggest dealer, right, in the country for many years. And now Mike is doing the knowledge transfer with his children, so he believes in that mentorship. And I think you've got a great advantage there in being able to carry that through, because the dealer knows firsthand how important that is. And Scott, not every organization has that same mindset or that same vision, if you will.
Absolutely. You're correct. And most of them, if you do this job well and it looks easy, then they think it is easy. And I've had many dealers tell me that. It's like, well, you make it look easy. And I'm like, well, what do you want me to do? If you're doing it right and you have processes in place and you do what you're supposed to be doing every day, yeah, it goes well. But it's not necessarily easy. And I appreciate what Mike does. Like you said, the knowledge transfer, that doesn't just go for my department or me. That's across the board. I mean, it's all looking at, okay, who are you going to train to take over? What happens if something happens to you? I mean, he's thinking that way all the time, that we want to have the best people, the best organization, and we want people to want to work here. And I, for one, am very happy working here.
And Sarah, that's a trait that we have seen at some of the best dealers around the country, you and I.
It is, Ted, and I love the phrase knowledge transfer. And as we're talking about this, there's so many thoughts that come to mind, as these transitions happen. And Mike, Don, you were talking a little bit about some of those potential pitfalls, when things happen. But on the first side, like the front loading side of it, there is an ever evolving parts, role in our industry. We're seeing so many different things that parts managers are ultimately responsible for in our businesses. So what does the future parts manager need to have skill-wise in order to be successful? And, Mike, coming to you first.
Well, this whole conversation kind of brings back a ton of memories. I grew up in the automotive business. So when I was born, I was in the automotive business. That's just the way it was. I didn't appreciate it, though, until I got older. But and then I understood what my father was trying to do for me, and it's what Mike does in Scott's company is setting up for that transition and building the next leader. And so many companies need to transition that way that struggle doing that. And a good manager really is not afraid of somebody being just as good, if not better, because you surround yourself with good people so that if anything happens, you can make that adjustment. Scott made a reference that they had this mentorship program and then they pulled from another store when somebody left. And I think every company needs to set itself up and then having the supporting mechanism, because my preference when we brought PartsEdge in many eons ago, it was to free up the manager to work on the business, not work in the business. And Scott, I think you can support this, is that so many times we get stuck in the day-to-day grind that we can't see how to grow our business. And free the manager up, giving them that freedom to expand their growth is so important today. And sir, I don't know if I was right on topic, but these guys have got me thinking. I'm sitting here, and that is, I just wanted to emphasize how important that is.
Yeah, Don.
Sarah, I think the 2026. We're already seeing a month in, we're already seeing some headwinds, right? We're already seeing the fact that variable is going to continue to be challenged for a while. And we're seeing all these dealers now look to fixed operations and efficiency. So not only do we want to make sure that inventory level doesn't have anything dead hanging out there, anything aged that could be freeing us some cash, but more importantly, this efficiency to be able to get these parts in a technician's hand in a timely manner. What are those strategies, not only for inventory levels, but then also for just being able to pick things up locally, to be able to do all the things that keep productivity going? Because in 2026, fixed operations appears to be on the top of everybody's mind when it comes to dealers, when it comes to owners, and certainly these larger groups, right, that focus. So 2026, having that parts department firmed up, clean, and just a well-oiled machine will allow us to be more creative, which I think Scott was saying is the real fun of the job, is to start to be creative with profit margins, start to be creative in ways to market yourself through the internet and things of that nature. So yeah, we're in for a fun year. I think there'll be lots of conversations surrounding parts and fixed operations.
Kaylee, what a great talent pool is to hear everyone speaking here.
Yeah, I'm glad we had this conversation, and thank you, Mike, for pointing that out. And everyone made such great points. I think one thing I wrote down was just reminding everyone and listening. I think everyone knows this, but we're so past the days of just throwing the parts manager in the role. That's one of the largest assets that they're managing, and having leaders like Scott, all of these leaders here to work and partner together. And I love how, Scott, like, your face lit up when you were talking about being creative and working with the managers. And I think that's the fun part, and what parts managers really love is the inventory and how can they really be really efficient and make a lot of profit off of it. And you really have to work at it. It doesn't just happen. So that's where I'm gonna land the plane with what I wanted to say.
Yeah. Kaylee, give us a little insight. It's still only a month in, as Don mentioned, in 2026, and give us some insight into some of the things that PartsEdge can help dealers with in 2026, because fixed ops is at the top of the list, and parts is at the top of the list. It seems. Great tribute to you as well in helping us get there.
Thanks. Yeah, I think, we really stay in our lane on focusing on parts and making that the most efficient for parts managers. So I wouldn't say there's anything crazy or new happening. We're just going to continue doing what we do really well, and that's setting up the DMS and making sure that we're maintaining that for the parts manager. We are looking at getting better with reporting. Our reports are pretty straightforward and clean, but having just a portal that displays all of that information clean and more efficiently, that's really what we're focused on. But yeah, just continues what we're doing, because thankfully, Chuck and Cliff saw the opportunity 30 years ago and stuck with it, and here we are working with hundreds of dealerships, and I'm so thankful that I get to be part of it for the last 10 years, and it's really exciting to see that growth. So,
and Mike Weldon, I thought you put it well a little bit earlier. You mentioned that PartsEdge really helps. I'm going to paraphrase. I'm going to ask you to say it again. Did you say not on the business or in the business? Give us that phrase again, if you don't mind, Mike.
Well, rather than work in the business, work on the business.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And put some emphasis on it. Our industry is $1 trillion business. That's independents and dealers combined. Dealers, however, only retain about 20% of that total business. Whereas if we expanded our knowledge, expanded our presence, we can capture additional business and build relationships and bring those people back in. That's going to benefit the companies. Parts is the second largest expense or investment that a dealer has, period. And so many ownerships do not have the expertise. In fact, they are scared to go back into the parts department. Scott, you probably have seen that. And because
That's so true. I have seen that. Don't cross that line.
And then when they find out that, I had one store that when the manager retired, their obsolescence was over $400,000.
Yeah.
And some of it was sitting on the floor since 1996. And the dealer says, how did that happen? Well, unfortunately, we need you to be involved in parts, the parts side of the house, because that is a big investment for you. So we're teaching them that.
Kaylee, that is important, getting the dealer involved and to have them recognize that. Mike's right. Second biggest investment. I know you've pointed it out many times before. If they looked after that investment like they do some of the other, particularly used car investments they have, it would be a whole game changer for the industry.
It would be.
Yeah. All right. Everybody, if you want to get more information on PartsEdge, Kaylee Felio is the sales and marketing manager. PartsEdge.com. You see her email scrolling at the bottom of the screen. She's extremely active on social media. Kaylee, I'm going to ask you to bring us up to speed. I know you have a podcast. You've had more than one podcast. Tell us what we should be looking for in 2026 on social.
Yes. So we have the one podcast, just changed it to PartsEdge. It's easier to find, and just, interviewing leaders and talking about just the industry as a whole. And then we also have a special series that highlights very much more of parts, what you should have your day supply, those types of conversations where we talk, because there's just not a whole lot out there. And then we do monthly webinars as well. So that's been pretty helpful from the feedback I've heard. So staying busy. It's all on our website too. So you can find everything there.
Everybody, 2026, Parts is at the top. Kaylee Felio at PartsEdge.com. I want to thank the panel, Mike Weldon, for being with us today. Scott Rutherford, welcome, and very refreshing to hear your take on the industry. So welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Hope you come back for many, many more. Don Andres, as always, thank you for all you do. Great voice in our industry. And of course, Kaylee Felio at PartsEdge. Sarah, another wonderful panel.
Another great panel, Ted. And this topic is going to continue to be more and more important in the year ahead.
All right. Everybody, Kaylee Felio can be reached at partsedge.com. Email scrolling at the bottom of the screen. The PartsEdge panel here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Obsessed with creating the perfect inventory? Us too. PartsEdge gives you the tools you need to outpace the competition and provide the highest level of service to your customers. PartsEdge is a powerful tool for parts managers to get the job done faster. Imagine what it was like when the impact wrench arrived. It made mechanics 3 times faster. Getting the job done without the latest technology makes it difficult to keep up. Besides all the other responsibilities you have, you work hard to have all the right parts you need when you need them. PartsEdge was designed by parts people for parts people to make that job a lot easier. PartsEdge saves you 4 to 6 hours every week and can increase your sales by 10 to 20% in just 12 months. Not bad for your bottom line. Take your obsession to perfection with PartsEdge. Call us today to find out what PartsEdge can do for you.
Walk this way and find out what it takes to be a successful fixed ops candidate in our next panel, filmed live at our LITHIA Suburban Collection pop-up event.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I am Logan Wilmot, a senior at Northwood University, and I am joined here with my co-host.
Hi everybody, I'm Emma Ladd, and I'm also a junior at Northwood University, and today we are here joined with
Victor Petrie, Suburban Collision Centers.
Shon Kingrey, Kaiser Automotive Group.
Jim Elder, General Manager of 4 Ford stores in Chrysler.
Sean Leline, General Manager, Suburban Mazda Detroit.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here with us today. We are super excited to have this conversation on what it takes for a successful fixed candidate in 2026. So I'll ask the first question, and then any of you are welcome to answer it. So starting off, what does it look like today in your dealerships with the relationships between advisors, BDCs, and technicians?
Who wants to go first?
Depends on the day, depends on the store.
It really does.
I'll take the lead on that one. You know, I think it depends on the store you're in. I think it depends primarily on the leadership in the store and the communication within that store. I'm a firm believer, and I use the term a lot. The speed of the leader, speed of the team. And if the leader of the team has good communication skills, and I'm not a big person on meetings, but I like the word huddles, has morning huddles with the teams and has communication, I think it can go well. If it doesn't go well, then it can go really bad really quick.
Yeah, it's in coupling on that, I think between the technicians, BDC, and the service advisor, never before has that jobs, and it sounds crazy to say it, starting to merge in, not into one, but you have a technician that can send video right directly to the customer, so they have direct communication with investment. The advisors, same thing, right? But they have to communicate with the technician to make sure that happens efficiently. And BDC is obviously talking to the customer as well. So everybody's customer centric and being more, I should say, in contact directly with that customer. So they're all kind of merging. You got to have a lot of the same skills, I would say, across the departments.
Those are the type of people we're looking for too, is hospitality, right? That's customer service. First and foremost, we need our service departments need to learn not to say no to a customer or problem solvers. So, and that's what we really look for, the service person or a parts person with who hires. How do we get them to not say no to a customer? Let's solve the customer's problem, right? That's what we're here to do. Give them a world-class experience and take care of their car.
Yeah, it's all about good problem solving and, being with the customer and helping the customer out. That's key. I mean, you have to have a good attitude and a lot of it, like we said about communication. If you want to sell, you have to see it. So you got to show the customer what we're doing, what's going on, and, from there, and they put eyes on it and sell what you need.
Yeah, that's so amazing. It's so awesome to hear your guys' different perspectives, because I know you all are in a bit of a different position. So hearing your different perspectives on the same goal is it's nice to hear. So our second question for you guys today is, why is this pathway a win-win for customers and employees?
I just think it's growing our business and it's growing our people too, right? So, if we have customers or employees know how to communicate with our guests know what's going on, they're going to keep coming back, growing our business. But we're always looking to hire from within. And I'm sure Sean's with his stores are doing the same thing. Our number one employees typically are the people that we moved up through the ranks, right? So, and that's how I moved up in the business, is I started, down here, worked my way up, and it doesn't happen overnight. But if you put the work in, and learning in, and effort, and take care of your guests, your team, you're going to get there.
I think for us, the landscape has changed so much. If you just said 5 years ago that a technician was going to do a video, or you were going to let a technician even talk to a client,
yeah,
I mean, it would have been taboo. You'd have been laughed out, quite frankly. And now it's not. It's expected, quite frankly. It's required. And I think that's changed, and the advisor's role has changed because of that too. I think the advisor, I'm a big I love BDCs. I'm a big proponent of BDCs, and the advisor's landscape has changed, where we've taken a lot off their plate, which changed their workflow as well.
Right. Well, with texting, communication for the service advisors, now we have the video. I mean, I love video. I think video sells. I don't know if it really sells, but it builds that transparency with that customer. People don't trust what's going on in the back, so we can give them a quick video, what's going on, show them their car, show them, hey, great news, there's nothing wrong with your car.
Correct. And listen, we're charging a premium price. and the client deserves a premium service for it. And you have to have that culture, I mean, from the top down, that if you're going to charge $250 an hour, or you're going to charge warranty $300 an hour, you need to get the service right the first time.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, empowering the advisor, the technician, and the VDC, and then having complete transparency. I think it all meets together and it really makes that seamless kind of communication between the customer.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And as you guys mentioned, customer experience nowadays is truly everything in the fixed operations department. So kind of going off of that, what skills would you say make someone an ideal candidate for a fixed ops position today? And then coupling off of that, how have you seen the technician process? I know you mentioned with, the video MPIs and a lot of things like that, but on top of that, how have you seen the technician positions change over the years? Lot to digest.
Well, what I notice is that I got more techs now willing to learn, right? Things are changing. Cars change. Every year is a new model. Something changes in the vehicle. Educate yourself, update training, learning new products, what's going on with the vehicles. So that's key. They need to know what's up to date, what's involved in repairing the vehicle. I mean, how can you explain to a service advisor or estimator or a customer if you don't know yourself what's going on, what needs to be done?
I think obviously being Northwood's backyard and having Northwood students here, I think there's a different answer to that as well, where we have tech colleges that I'm a big part of, and we have good luck pulling out of tech colleges. But when you go to tech colleges now, 60% of those students have no ambitions of ever working on cars. They're there, A, because mom told them they had to go to college, or B, they want to know how to work on their own car. Obviously, Northwood's a much different version of that thing. So how has it changed? To his point, it's all about education. Before, I've been doing this 31 years now. You had the mirror test. If they could fog a mirror, you hired them. You can't hire a tech now to fog mirrors. They're better at computers than we ever were, because that's all the car is now, is one big computer. EV or not EV, it's just one big computer.
Think about the evolution of the technician. When I started the business, they were club mechanics, right? And that's a complete insult to that versus they're the smartest guys and then gals in the showroom or in the dealership. Now they're technicians, and then from there, I think, to be honest with you, we're going to be skilled trades, and that's what it's about, right? So it's evolved so much where the most intelligent, smartest forward thing is a lot of them are technicians.
No, I agree, Jim. It's the car is a computer. And there's so much technology in these vehicles. They have to be smarter than some of these engineers that are designing these cars, because they're dealing with all these problems with the vehicles. And they're constantly having to learn and go to class. Every year there's updated training, there's updated things going on with these vehicles. And like Jim said, they're the smartest people in the building most of the times, because they have to fix these problems with these cars.
And back to what we originally said, putting a camera in a technician's hand, you wouldn't have done it 5 years ago. Now, again, they're the ones selling the job. They're the ones selling the work, because that is who the client trusts, because it's their car. It's locked.
Right.
Awesome. Great answers, guys. Customers are definitely the biggest part of this industry, as we know, and it's forever changing. We're forever having to adapt. So kind of piggybacking off of that, the last question we have for you guys is, how has customer experience improved as a result of this?
Well, overall service with the BDCs coming in, making the advisor's job a little bit easier, so that the phones aren't constantly ringing. We're picking up the phones, getting appointments. I think that's better, but one of the bigger customer service sides of it. Video is another one, and just basic follow-up with texting, automated texting. Now we have so many different tools at our hands. As long as we're using those tools, we can give that customer a world-class experience, opening up schedules, getting people in, making sure you staff appropriately. It's all those little things that build that whole overall customer experience.
Yeah, reducing the friction points, right? So like Shon, like you said, the texting, mobile service, and video, right? So that's all stuff that can create the transparency and the efficiency, and the less friction a customer has to either bring their car in. We can go to them, we can go pick up their car, bring it back, and then you can give them constant updates, obviously, as their car moves through the progression, where that didn't happen before, right? So it was kind of a mystery at that point. So now there's just so much more technology and transparency and efficiency involved in the whole process. So it creates a better customer experience.
And to piggyback off of that is we've all talked about it. I think Shon said it first in the first part of this, saying yes. Before, because we had so many roadblocks and we made it harder than it needed to be, we said no more than we said yes. You have to have a mindset. The answer is yes. If you don't have a client, you don't have a car, you don't have something to work on. And if they don't sell cars, we don't fix cars. It doesn't end. It's a big round circle. You got to say yes. Everything is yes. If the answer is never no, you just find a way. You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm the you curve adapting.
Sure. Like Sean said, technology is great. I mean, with scheduling is a big thing. So with scheduling appointments, having customers come in, we have our guests with us, is that we have staff there. So we know, this time of day we have X amount of people coming in. It definitely changed everything with getting scheduling done, communicating with the guests as well, making them aware of what's going on with their vehicle, what needs to be done, what's the cost values going to be. So it's definitely changed in the last few years. Big difference.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, just building loyalty and just getting your customers to come back and just feeling have that personal vibe that is really important.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you all so much for joining us. This has been the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and we will see you guys next time.
It's kind of a mix between a sense of pride and solving a problem.
When you are taking on a multi-million-dollar investment, you have one opportunity to do this right.
When the Jim Ellis team came to us, and when really any of our clients come to us, they say, hey, here's this box that this brilliant architect put together, and we need you to help us come up with the best flow put, the best throughput, and really the best design to help us maximize our efficiency in our service department. So when you walk into a finished project like this and you see your design and your layout, the equipment that the team put in, it's a really cool feeling.
Pride. It's just incredible that our small little company can accomplish something this grand, and we do it day in and day out.
Don't bite the dust. We're back on stage for the Fixed Ops Roundtable Rock Revolution event.
Play that funky music with Alliance Dealer Solutions.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Ted Ings with Angie Pascotto. We're here with Bryan Geoffrey. He's the founder and CEO of Alliance Dealer Solutions. You're starting to see a lot of Alliance on the Fixed Ops Roundtable and their hospitality services. Bryan, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having me.
Great to have you. Angie, you and I have been talking about this importance of hospitality for some time now, and I know you've seen the importance of it over the years as well.
We have, Ted. Yes, I think hospitality has such a place in every business now, but especially automotive. So it's refreshing to see automotive embrace hospitality as they have, and we have great partners at Alliance to help us do so.
Bryan, I heard you have a very fascinating story with how this all came about, because I wanted to ask you how this started, and maybe if you don't mind, share some of that with us today.
I'd love to, Ted. It's really a kind of a fun adventure. This is our 31st lap around the sun in business. So we started in 1995. So it's been a while. It's been a long while, and we've had a number of
an overnight success.
Overnight success. It flourished from day one, and it was a real adventure. I was in high school, and I was parking cars in the evenings and bagging groceries during the day. And I just, I like to work. I like to do all sorts of different things, even when I was young. And I remember thinking, like, we can do this better. We can definitely do this better. And so in 95, we started what was then called Universal Valet. And it's funny because the moniker on the card is actually very much the same as it was in day one as it is today, which is for your first and last impressions. And it's fascinating that after all those decades, 90s, 2000s, 10s, now in the 20s, the same driving principle applies, creating these positive first and last impressions for people, no matter what the business vertical is. So we discovered in 2008, that dealerships were really lacking this. So we'll come back to that in just a sec. But essentially, I was in high school, and there was a business guy that also came out of automotive, and he was with supplier to Chrysler. Anyway, he came and he taught as the assistant teacher our merchandising and marketing class my senior year. And he said, make a fake business plan, and gave us sort of the guide, and we write it all up. And that's how Universal Valet was born. And that was January or February of my senior year in high school. We got insured in March and started our first private events in March and April and May. Had our first little account, a little restaurant on the corner, tiny little restaurant in July. And, slowly, but surely adding different verticals, banquet halls, country clubs, more restaurants, nightclubs, office buildings. Then we went into hospitals. And that really got us a chance, our feet wet in guest experience, in that case, patient experience, how to create a very structured and uniform approach to welcoming people to what can be a difficult situation. Health, getting your car fixed. There's a lot of similarities there in terms of the care, because people are sensitive about this stuff. At the hospitals, you got a small percentage that are having babies. They were the easy ones because they were happy. Small percentage of the dealers that love to get their free coffee. They're also very happy. So as we continued on, we took the company down to Florida. We got into high-rise condominium, which was a whole nother adventure. And in that also time really added a lot of mixed-use development and parking lot management. So really had touched on all these different verticals. And in 2008, February of 2008, we had met with Mercedes-Benz of Miami. And just arbitrarily, I had a friend that knew the GM. He was dropping off some tickets to the Dolphins. And he said, "Oh, what do you do?" I said, "Oh, I'm in the valet business." He said, "Oh, these guys, I need to get somebody else out here." I go, what do you mean? You have a valet company? What are they doing? They park the cars and they take care of service and they wash the cars. And I'm like, all right, let's give it a try. So essentially, I think it was February 13th, 2008. My right hand in the company, who had been with me since 2006, he'll be celebrating 20 years this July with us.
Wow.
I'm sure you'll get to meet Mike at some point. He and I were on the service drive at Mercedes-Benz of Miami. And by about 10 a.m., figuring out that we had no idea how we even got to 10 a.m. because we had no idea what we were doing. But we recognized, wow, there's nobody doing this. Mike came from Disney. So over the course of the next 3 years, Mike called up some of his old contacts from Disney and Lowe's, and we brought on the front desk manager of the year from Ritz-Carlton. And we built these hospitality programs and these directives that are really heavily based on greeters in the service drive, making sure that the wait times are reduced, making sure that people, when you pull up and it's not real clear where to go, well,
Sure.
we want to get rid of that. We want them to know where to go. We want them to feel welcomed by introducing the greeter. Get the greeter to walk them in the door, show them this is where the coffee is. One extra step. Some places we would keep a list. And so after 5-7 minutes, if they were still sitting there, we'd go, goose one of the writers. And some of the stores would say after 12 minutes, they wanted the service director to know somebody had been waiting. So again, it was such an adventure. That went on. We fast forward to 2018. Okay. We were in about 100 stores at that point. We'd actually broken Universal up into a number of different subcategories and sold it off in pieces, realizing that our future was going to be in the dealership world. And yeah, it was really interesting that became our focus. And had 1,100 employees. We were running 13 states. Pretty big operation. And our biggest competitor decided that they wanted to buy us. So in 18, they came in and put a great deal together for all of us. And a year later, they decided there were some parts of it that they wanted to undo, which was amazing because I don't think lightning ever strikes like this, where you get to say, hey, we get to go back to some of our core markets, and everybody's non-compete, but mine was released. So we put the band back together and we started Alliance Service Group. Wow. Now Alliance Dealer Solutions. So I hope that wasn't too long, but that's how we got here.
Bryan, it's an incredible story.
It's really a funny, twist of fate in many, many ways.
I think our audience loves stories like that, Bryan, and it speaks volumes about you and about the company and the fact that others have thought so highly of the company. Take us to today. Tell us a little bit about what areas you serve at Alliance, because I see you now all over social media. I see the company everywhere. How many dealers, how many people? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so when we started Alliance, the focus was a little bit different. Certainly when you're a little bit younger and a little bit more energy, it's how many stores can we get? How many dots can we put on the map? And in this iteration of the company, we decided that where are we particularly valuable and meaningful to our clients? Where can we spend a lot of time getting to know the people whose names are on the building and offering very much boutique solutions, much more catered solutions to what they do at each store. So what we found today, we're in about 50 stores operating in 5 states. maybe 550 employees at this point. And it's not a race for us. It's really not a how big can we get. It's really how many first and last impressions can we successfully contribute to. In our previous, just when we were talking, Ted, you said about people that work for us. And a big thing that actually doesn't sit well when I hear that. So it's really people that work with us. Nobody works for us. We all work together. And I think that is what has kept it really fun and interesting over the years, is that, the hierarchy exists, but I don't really love it. I really, we can all jump in and we can help each other. And it creates a really neat growth opportunity for our people because they feel like they're a part of something. And, hence my core team, many of you guys have met, they've been around a while. And I don't think they're leaving. They seem pretty happy with us. So that's what's made it really, really rewarding, is that you can see the positive impact. Seeing some of our leaders have their first kids and buy their first homes and, getting married and watching their lives go it's been really special.
That is very special and unique. And I think that that's something that's a testament to what you've built. So that's incredible.
What we've built.
Yes. What you all have built. Yes. So with hospitality in mind, you talk a lot about that first impression and that last impression and the importance of those. But I imagine that in itself creates a really amazing experience for the in-between too. So I can predict that you have a very high impact on customer service and CSI. Can you speak to that a little bit about what Alliance Dealers Solutions is able to do for CSI?
Absolutely. The first thing we do is figure out what is the core area for improvement with our clients. We figure out exactly where their sweet spot is in terms of what they're trying to accomplish. Some people struggle with, as we talked about before, that entrance, congestion and how to get them in the right spot. Some people struggle with wait times inside. So the first thing is really diving into where we can make those improvements. But obviously it starts with a great greeting, a very, very warm welcome with super professionally uniformed people that look the part and that are engaged in what they're doing and understanding that they are part of that first last impression. That's the key. It also helps to teach them what CSI is. We decided in about 2014 to do a survey, and we asked a bunch of our managers. At that time, there was maybe 80, 85 managers. Well, and we asked them, sort of in passing, CSI. They thought we were talking about a TV show. So we recognized we had a little work to do there, and made sure that we brought everybody up to speed that this is actually how you're being scored and how you're graded. Did we get to people quickly? Did you look the part? Did their car come back cleaner than it arrived? All these core measurements. Then you put that with the KPIs in terms of what the dealer's trying to improve upon. So we have a target board at every single location. And on that target board, we're measuring in that month's period what the client's KPIs are. So very, very important that we're in alignment with them.
Wow. Yeah.
And you have that visually as well, Bryan.
Visually.
Tell us a little bit more. What is the feedback from some of your clients? Because obviously expectations on the part of consumers are changing, and on the part of dealers are very good and very innovative. What do some of the dealers say about the great work that you do?
It's really interesting because for some it's a very uncomfortable thing to say. What do you mean I'm going to hand over that part of my business?
Right.
And you say, well, you're not handing it over. You actually are going to be facilitating it through one person now, or two people, or three core people. So you'll have the same communication, but instead of having to manage 15, 20 people, you're going to work with 2 or 3 on our team to facilitate the exact result you need. So once they realize that it works, and that we're also very leadership heavy, it's always the same response. Why don't we do this sooner? And of course, I can't say I was thinking the same thing, but it's really dramatic. They say, why did we wait? And I think what we've done a really good job of is not creating the us and them. It's very much the people that represent our mutual successes are outfitted in their uniform many of the times. Some people do want that degree of separation, but generally speaking, we're dressed representing the brands we service. And when they see that they haven't lost a beat, they're pretty happy. I mean, how would you guys feel getting an extra 10, 15 hours a week, freed up for you?
Right.
Pretty darn good. Okay.
And
especially Ted.
Yeah. And we don't focus much on this part, but what's interesting is that when you perform it and you look at the cost analysis, many people don't look at all the true costs. I'll give payroll as a great example.
Okay.
What does it cost now to run a payroll check? It's not $3.25 anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You have all these bolted on HR manuals, all these different functions that you're paying for. And oftentimes you're talking more like $16 a check. Well, take that slightly intangible expense times 20 employees on 26 pays, and there's a dollar item there, not including the W-2 being sent out. So I share that with you because it's one of those intangibles that when you do the cost analysis for people and they see all the hidden costs of what they're not paying for anymore, uniforms, recruiting,
uniforms,
payroll, and every now and again, a scratch bumper, every now and again. That's par for the course. But again, it's like anything else. It's how we handle it. And we recognize that's why they hired us. They hired us to let go of that stuff. So it's really interesting when you show them and they're like, but you're too expensive. I think you're going to find that we're not too expensive. I think you're going to find that we're going to be right about where you're at. And it's really neat when that works out.
And Bryan, in addition to the valet service, you do other things such as car wash, detailing. Tell us a little bit about that as well. That's fascinating.
It's really become a full suite of services.
Wow.
I'm really, really proud to say that historically, I think people in our field are really, really good at the hospitality side and really, really good at the detail side, but very few people can put them together. And we have found a way to put them together really, really well. And we did that out of necessity. Many of our clients, beginning with the first one was Automation, who said, I just want to deal with you guys. I don't want to deal with any more vendors. Can you just do the details so I don't have to deal with anybody? I like your leadership. They're on site. I don't have to worry about stuff. Can you handle it? And that's how we got into the detail business. So there's an excellent, although they're very separate business lines, there's a lot of shared resources that people can benefit from because we can have that same site leadership sort of oversee both. And that equates to some really nice efficiency and savings for our clients. So detail's super cool. Last year, we launched Direct Hire, which is really, really fascinating. We are essentially professional recruiters. I mean, we are in the people business. And this is what we're doing all day, every day. So we decided to start testing what would happen if we started trying to fill some of those vacancies that our clients have, just in the background. And it's gone fantastic. To us, we can offer it at a price that nobody else can touch, I don't think, because we're already doing it anyway. So we've tried to make it a real economy of scale, again, to say, here's another one-stop shop for you.
Wow.
It's really, really neat. Last year, almost a year ago to the day, we launched a lot wash here in the Phoenix market, launched a really fun lot wash concept that we call Dustbusters. And Dustbusters is a total play on Ghostbusters. If you see our logo, it's a total plan. And we built this ridiculously cool looking truck that you could literally call like the Ecto one, just like the movie. It's really, really cool. And that was kind of how we do things. It's got to be fun, right? Like, it's not fun, don't do it. I will say the first 3 months of that business was not very fun. But after we got the hang of it and we realized that Arizona has horrible water and we need a lot more filtration than we thought, it's gone from what was 4 clients a year ago to 17 clients today. So
wow.
Really, really cool stuff. So point being is we see outside of our normal suite of services, greeters, service porters, sales porters, we do some courtesy driving. We do a little bit less offsite driving than we used to do. But obviously still pickup and delivery. There's still tons of it. They have us parts drivers. They have with courtesy wash. They have us pretty much even some janitorial, some reception, parts. We'll deliver parts for stores where they'll have their parts department and then they'll have us run them out to the shop. So because we've been doing this for so long and we're very, very open to trying new things and making sure that every solution fits our client, sky's the limit.
Bryan, a lot of our dealers at the Fixed Ops Roundtable have, of course, their own identity for themselves, their groups. They have the big buzzword the last couple of years has been culture, especially around their brand and a vision and core values. How do you, in your onboarding, how do you deal with that? How do you make sure that everybody is in alignment, as we say?
Two really, really nice concepts there. The first is that we have accepted, we are essentially the minor leagues in many ways for our clients. So the greatest compliment, as long as they don't do it every week, is when one of our leaders is able to move up into the dealership. And what that shows is we've done our job really, really well, that we've prepped our team, and we prepped those leaders, and we prepped some of those leading employees, team members, to be considered by our clients. So we take that as a great compliment. As I said, every now and then it gets a little bit onerous where it's like, hey, we're going to have them start on Monday. And today is Friday. So occasionally we have to pull it back a little bit, but that is a fantastic concept or compliment to us. So that's one piece. Secondarily is that inside of our world, a lot of times a dealer partner will announce to their people, hey, we made this decision to outsource. Oh no, not the outsource word. So we are continually ad nauseum saying, no, you're partnering with us. And yeah, we're not your business partners, but we're your partner in your client and guest experience. And what the porters and the detailers and the car washers and this whole team all of a sudden realize is that all we focus on is them. So many times these entry-level positions, I mean, think about this for a second, please. Oftentimes, the least trained and least paid position at the dealer is providing the first and last impression. Mm-hmm. So imagine you get them in the door and you do a great job, and all the complaints are resolved with the car, and the loaner comes back in one piece, the bill's paid, and you have somebody that says goodbye and doesn't get it right, doesn't leaves them waiting for 30 minutes, and that's just mean. Right. And meaning that to lose all the good work at the last tail end like that. So part of our culture is really saying, hey, you guys are number one in our books. You're not, that rotating position. Yeah. For those of you that want to make a career with us, we promote from within, continually moving you up the chain from supervisor to having your own location, and then to having 3 locations and sometimes an area. Pat Dreyer is one of my favorite stories. I mean, I don't know if you've had a chance to meet Pat, but he's our vice president of operations, and he's a dynamite guy. But in 2013, January 3rd of 2013, he started with us, and just regular guy, kind of an assistant leader on the drive, and today he's well on his way to. He's vice president. I mean, what can I say? Hopefully, he takes my chair at one point. But those are the stories that are exciting, right? Where you see people whose lives has been really changed by their efforts and being recognized for the kind of work and dedication and heart. So I hope that paints a little bit of it. Sorry if it was a little long-winded.
No, I think it speaks volumes about your organization. Your people that you partner with are partner with you as well. And I have a question, Bryan. When dealers come to you or find out about Alliance, typically, what are the circumstances that they come to you with? You mentioned how you got started, but are they, is it that one of their peers is using a similar hospitality type of a service, or again, how does that come about? What does that look like?
Surprisingly, we get a lot of referrals, and one of the things that's interesting in the dealership business is a lot of people move around, and some of our core business has come from people moving through the industry, and the greatest compliment for us is to have that opportunity to work with people again and again and again. Excuse me. Usually what we find, and this really was amplified during COVID, where the staffing shortages were just insane and everybody was struggling. Mm-hmm. And we were too, of course, but I think that feeling of when you talk to a recruiter, quote unquote, who also was vice president of the company, who's also been with us for almost 20 years, who's telling his story, again, of starting with a hospital in 2006, as the day shift manager, who is now, celebrating his 20th year with us.
Wow.
They say, okay, maybe this is a little different. Maybe there's something here that I'm not just an employee number. We were one of the very, very first people to introduce healthcare for our employees and to make it available. That's obviously a little bit more challenging because dealerships don't play around with money, and we got to make sure we stay in budget. But we decided that it was absolutely a must that people would have the access to healthcare. One way or another. And so that was great. A few years ago, we launched the opportunity for people to start funding their IRAs in a way that's not top heavy and doesn't have, it really works. And those that want to start building their retirement can do it with us. So these are, I think, the things that show, hey, we're really interested in you guys succeeding. Let us, we want to facilitate you to the next point in your life. If you're with us for 3 or 4 years while you're going to college, or you decide, hey, I could move with these people, and these, I can make a profession with this team, and I can move to a new city and take on a new life. So anyway, we love that.
Okay. All right.
Usually the dealer system is broken. Sorry, Ted. They've got some breaks.
Yeah.
Big one is days to market on detailer. Sorry, I'm going on tangents, but days to market with detail is a big one. You know, if they just can't get those cars out, especially with interest rates where they are now.
Oh yeah, that's
So
a huge
that,
frustration.
yeah. And the other thing is the guest experience. The manufacturers have made it clear that we want people treated really, really well, and they're going to make it financially well incentivized to make it well, right, for our clients, and so we can solve that for them.
That's excellent.
Bryan, Geoffrey, everybody. He it's with a company called Alliance Dealer Solutions, and he started that company. And today they are all over the United States. They're working with automotive dealers, as you hear, in the hospitality industry, elevating our game, elevating those first and last impressions. Bryan is the founder and CEO. Bryan, in closing today, if our audience wants to learn more, by the way, your story is fantastic, and
thank you.
You represent the company obviously extremely well. If our dealers would like to be represented as well on their front lines with these first impressions, what's the best way for them to ask questions of Alliance, get more information, and maybe find out more? Because I see this happening now more and more around the country, and I think you're really onto something. I know you are.
As I said, we've tripled down on this one in terms of this being our main segment. So the easiest way, I recommend that everybody take a look at our website, because it outlines those different services, and ask yourselves, where does this fit into my world? And is this something that I don't want to deal with anymore? How can I find the experts at those first and last impressions, and how can I put different services together? Because everything we do is custom. So please visit our website at Alliance Dealer Solutions. Always please reach out to Brandon. Brandon is our absolute local expert on both detail and parking and hospitality. He's worked in every field of our business, up and down, from mitigating and managing claims to running the detail to hospitality training. So Brandon's an excellent source. And we're super easy. If you invite us out, we'll spend a day at your store, sometimes even 2 days at your store, taking apart your operations, and whatever we find is yours to keep. We just like to engage with people. We enjoy the camaraderie, and anybody that wants to invite us out, we'll absolutely go out and say hello and see if we can just give you some great suggestions.
Great.
Bryan, congratulations, and we look forward to more great things, and hearing the story, and it speaks volumes today. So thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Bryan, Geoffrey, everybody, with Alliance Dealer Solutions, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Axle One was created to allow auto dealers to interact with all their data, anywhere, anytime. Think of it as a dealership operating system that connects all your existing tools, improving profits and reducing costs. Our AI engine, Expert, provides role-specific insights and identifies actionable paths for growth.
Faster decisions and greater transparency. Book your demo today to learn more about what Axle One can do for your business.
Announcing CarKey, an industry-exclusive e-commerce website. CarKey puts a vast inventory of OEM experience parts at your fingertips 24/7. Only automotive professionals who work at OEM dealerships, franchises, and independent repair facilities have digital self-serve access to these affordable and high-quality parts. CarKey helps you locate OEM experienced parts quickly to get your customers back on the road fast. Plus, the CarKey site couldn't be more intuitive or easy to use. With CarKey, you now have a window into OEM experienced parts that you were never able to access so quickly before. Instead of picking up the phone and making numerous calls to recycle parts companies describing the parts you need, everything is accessed through the CarKey website. Using the industry-exclusive CarKey, you can now source high-quality, OEM-experienced parts quickly, at affordable prices, and with improved order accuracy to better serve your customers.
Turn up the volume for vAuto by Cox Automotive with Patrick Janes and Mark Webster up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the vAuto by Cox Automotive panel. And with used cars expected to be a key driver of the automotive retail market in the months ahead, some dealers will find themselves needing or wanting someone different to lead their used vehicle department. And so, Ted, this session today, we're going to cover how the general manager of a Mercedes-Benz dealership approached the hiring process and talk about how he reestablished department objectives and is using them today to shape these great insights that we're going to have.
Sarah, thank you. You're so right. Introducing the roundtable to Mark Webster, General Manager at Mercedes-Benz of Orange County, New York. Mark, welcome. And Patrick Janes, no stranger to the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Associate Vice President of vAuto Inventory. Mark and Patrick, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ted. All right.
Sarah. Great to be here.
Good to see you both. Exciting times. By the way, Patrick, I can't believe we're already at the end of January. Next week, we're going out to Las Vegas. I know you're going to be there. You're going to have an amazing presence at Cox Village.
We will. We're excited as always. We work a better part of the year to put together all sorts of new solutions and enhancements to our product. And AI is the buzz, right? So there'll be lots of new things that we'll be unveiling at the booth, the Cox Automotive Village, if you will, and the vAuto booth. And really excited just to get back and see a lot of old friends and dealer clients that come through the booth. That's probably the special part for me is to kind of rekindle some relationships that get distanced throughout the year when you're doing your day job.
Well, Patrick, Sarah and I look forward to seeing you in person there. You and Mark both share a similar background. Mark, I want to come to you on that. You've spent time with an OEM, followed by a transition to retail and managing dealerships. Mark, give us a little bit of color. How did your paths cross, and what led you to your retail career?
Yeah, thank you, Ted. Patrick and I started, I was like on a management associate program with Nissan out in LA when Nissan had their headquarters out there. So I worked for Patrick, had the opportunity to work with Patrick, and did a bunch of different rotations, but we've always kept in touch. I was there at Nissan as an OEM for 7 years, and Patrick and I kept in touch as he stayed with Nissan for a little while. He went retail a little bit later, and then I converted over to Mercedes-Benz USA, came east here to New Jersey, New York. And so I've always been interested in pre-owned and fixed ops. I've managed field teams, and I was the national CPO manager for Mercedes-Benz. And Patrick and I kept in touch, and he asked me one day, he was the general manager for a Nissan store, what do you think about me going to vAuto? I said, I think it's a great organization. I knew Dale Pollock, and so I gave him some encouragement and sticking with that. So he's rised up from the ranks there. I heard him on a podcast on another thing, so he's doing great with things like that. So anything I can do to help him and help vAuto. I'm a big advocate.
Patrick, I didn't realize about the retail part of your career. I know you're very well known at vAuto now, and of course Northwood University. So great color added there.
Yeah, I did about 10 years in retail as a general manager. So I made the same transition that Mark did. And that's a lot of what we have in common. Started out in that OEM space and then decided that I got tired of dealers telling me, son, you haven't walked a mile on my moccasins, right? All right. So, I'm going to go into retail and really try to make it work. And I might add, and this is a testament to Mark as well, is that most folks going from the OEM into retail fail miserably. Sorry, I just have to admit that, right?
Right.
It is a hard transition. The retail space is a lot of energy, a lot going on. Every day is different. And that's very different from the corporate world. And not to defame my OEM brethren and sister that are still in that space, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for the retail world, and no day is the same. And the ability to make that transition is a huge challenge. And Mark has obviously made that in the role that he is today. I survived it. I don't know if I made it, but I survived it anyways for about 10 years. And then decided that, what I really valued was being able to help dealers with their operations and their business. And vAuto kind of gave me an avenue to be able to do that with the software solution. And that's really where Mark came to me. So Mark said, all right, you've made the move that I've made. What did you learn? And now I'm a vAuto client, as Mark is. What should I be doing in my operation to really grow my used car business? And the first thing we talked about was, and I'll set him up for this quest that he had for a used car manager, was he was kind of using a GSM like I did in the stores that I was at to do the used car thing, right? To wear a couple of hats.
Oh, wow.
And there wasn't anybody solely focused on that used car operation. And I told him, quite frankly, I made that same mistake, Mark. So once we started to talk about that, he said, well, I think I need to go find the right person to maximize this operation. That's where we led to, all right, what does that person look like? What can they do? And I'll let Mark take it from there on how he put that in place.
No, you're absolutely correct. Here at the dealership, we're part of NADA, so we're part of a 20 group. And so I talked to some of my 20 group general managers, and like Patrick, they said, hey, you really do need a dedicated pre-owned manager. Mm-hmm. Previously, when I came on board, we had one, but he kind of got promoted to GSM. And when I was looking at all the different things that a pre-owned manager needs to do, whether it's reconditioning, pricing, merchandising, buying, sourcing cars and everything else, it's a full-time job for sure. So then we went out and looked for a dedicated pre-owned manager. And we were doing the interviewing and even looking at different resumes. I was looking at, hey, were they fluent in vAuto? And if I can go in later if you want about some of the questions I asked and how I related those things, and kind of brought it to fruition whether they really were involved with vAuto and Profit Time and et cetera.
Well, Mark, I mean, we're seeing as used cars continue to have a really center stage part of, not only fixed operations, but also what customers, continue to look for when it comes to their purchase decisions. I mean, we're seeing the cost of new inventory continue to climb. We're seeing used cars really taking an important priority. And there's a lot happening between the used car department and fixed operations. So, with a used car director today, what are some of the must-have characteristics or skills that you wanted your next used vehicle director to possess, and how did you determine those would be your top priorities?
Yeah, good question. Thank you, sir. Is essentially I wanted to make sure that I think, let's say 10 years ago, a pre-owned manager was more art than science, and I wanted somebody that was a little bit more scientific based, would get into the data and really run it by the data. And vAuto provides that in a lot of different ways. I also wanted Mercedes-Benz used to be a very high leasing before COVID, high leasing. And now the leasing and off-lease maturities came down. So we need to work even harder to source inventory. So that dovetails into working the service drive and doing appraisals on cars in the service drive, etc. And because every day matters in the used car business, not just for pricing, etc., but for appraising cars and getting reconditioning done. So I know there might be part of the audience here that's very interested in fixed ops like I am. It's the Recon business is really important. So I was interviewing the candidate that I hired, John, and when we asked him, what do you think about reconditioning? And I had my service manager and parts manager in the interview as a part of this second or third interview. Wow. And we went through the reconditioning. What are your thoughts on reconditioning? He goes, I want to do reconditioning for what's best for the store. Because when we sell a car, even if it's at really low gross profit on the variable side, we know that we're going to get the reconditioning, we're going to get the F&I, but we want to create that service customer in our AOI, our area of influence. And he goes, look, if I told you, he said this to the parts manager and service manager, if I told you you were going to have a used car dealership right next door that was going to sell 50 cars a month, and they were only going to do business with you, how would you treat them? He goes, so yes, I want to be treated right. I'm going to pay full retail price, but I'm going to work with you guys both on the reconditioning, et cetera. So we've had a couple great Recon meetings. John meets with our internal advisor every morning and goes over things. So it's really been a good relationship. He has the right personality type and the right thing. So and to take it a step further, within profit time, some cars are common and we want to turn those very quickly. We call those bronze cars. We're trying to get those done in 20 cars. We're just going to start telling the service department, hey, these are bronze cars. These really need to get done quickly because every day matters. Okay. So, and then we go up the chain of the different metals. So we really want everybody to have the notion, which I call, and many other dealers say this also, a need for speed. So we're trying to get our Recon cycle time down to 4 days. And we're getting closer and closer to that. But the attitude on working with John is great. And from the service manager, internal advisor, and our parts manager, it takes the whole team.
Patrick, you brought the right man on the show today. Anything you'd want to add to that?
He's speaking your language, right, Ted, for a fixed ops roundtable, huh?
Big time. Yes,
he went to the heart, right to the reconditioning. Pull in that fixed ops element. I love it. I think the other thing that I was impressed with, Mark, and I suffered this same issue here when I was in retail. As a general manager, unfortunately, the title general tends to make you kind of fly around at 30,000 feet and not necessarily roll up your sleeves and understand what's going on in each different area. Because I mentioned it's a fast-paced environment. There's a lot going on in a dealership in any given day. And it's really easy to just jump from fire to fire to fire, right? When Mark called me and said, hey, I need to make this decision. I've been to my 20 group. I shared with him that, I made the mistake. You need that used car person. When he called me and had that conversation with me, I really said, Mark, the first thing that I would do is let's get on some calls, not only with myself, which I'm pretty good in the software, but let's get on with someone who is one of our performance managers, one of our subject matter experts, particularly in profit time. He was mentioned that earlier about the kind of this variable management approach of some cars turn faster than others. And that's really in the profit time methodology. But let me make sure that we give you a deep dive into the software so that when you bring on this used car manager, you know which reports to look. As a general manager, you can't be in there spending hours and hours every day, but you know the things to look for to inspect what you expect when you bring on this new manager. So Mark made the commitment to spend hours and hours a week with us in calls, really digging into his data and making sure that he had been in there and he had been looking at things, but really boil it down to the most critical parts that he's going to want to manage when that used car manager gets on board. And I give him a lot of credit for that, because a lot of general managers, again, not that they don't want to, but they find themselves distracted by all the noise that happens every day. making that commitment is hard, but he did it. And I know that's going to pay off for him in his used car operation.
Absolutely.
Mark, can I come back to the that hiring process, if you will, if you don't mind?
Yes.
What were I realize you probably had more than one candidate initially for
Right.
this position. What were some of the questions? Because our audience is interested in this.
Right.
What did
No.
you ask the candidates to see if they had the right skill set and the right perspective?
Yeah. First of all, on their resume, did it say, vAuto? Okay. Were they familiar with it?
Wow.
Then if it wasn't on there, if I'm interviewing them either by telephone or in person, and are you familiar with vAuto? And so then I would go a little bit deeper, like how do you use it? And, how often, what are your favorite reports? And one of the big ones I asked, and two of the top candidates had the right answer. Do you use your performance manager? Okay. And I think, Patrick and I, were involved in the Nissan Open years ago when we were in Nissan, and we had a chance to hang out with Tiger Woods and everything else. Even Tiger Woods in his heyday had a coach. So even if you think you're a really good pre-owned manager, the performance manager, that's all they do every day. And they know how to look at the inventory, and they'll, make sure you're in line with everything. So I think, whether or not they use the performance manager, which I think we're big advocates of. John, the pre-owned manager, is doing that, which is great. And so it's really, so those are some of the things. And then just getting the responses and finding out with these vAuto, are they curious? Do they like to learn? I'm a big advocate of lifetime learning. So I think I can kind of get a feel, not just on the vAuto piece, but do they like to learn? Because as Patrick has been saying, vAuto is continually improving this. Are they willing to use the features that are in there? Or are they just, hey, I'm old school and this is the way I do it? That doesn't really warm my heart. I'd rather have somebody that's like, hey, I'm always changing.
Sarah,
Ted, I love the comment earlier that Mark said, and he just spurred it there at the end. I was looking for more of someone who can transition to science and not lean on the art.
Yeah,
and
I like
we're
that.
seeing that generationally. And you guys spend, and by the way, kudos to you for the time you've been spending up at Northwood University and really showcasing the students up there. And, that's near and dear to my heart. I spent a lot of the past 7 years up there teaching, and I love the students up there and how they learn. But we've got a new generation of dealership employees coming through the system, right? And they haven't been in a situation where they've stood in an auction lane and memorized every year, make and model and what they go for, right? I mean, that was the old used car manager, was like, this guy could put a number on any car, without even looking at it, because, he knew everything there was, because he's standing in auction lanes and seeing all these cars fly by, right? All the auctions are virtual now. You can still go to a physical auction, but you'll find that there's not a whole lot of people there. Most of the people are buying online and simulcast.
Online, sure.
So
exactly.
We don't have the expertise of these younger folks of having that that's what developed the art, right?
Yes.
And so they have to be comfortable with the data, and they are, because they grew up on iPads, right? So they need to be comfortable with the data and to be able to interpret the science part and make really good decisions. And I think that's kind of our job as us old car dogs, as I'll call us, to be able to bring in this new generation and give them the tools and the solutions to be able to make maybe better decisions than we did, because we were kind of shooting from the hip sometimes, right?
Mark, can I follow up with one more, if you don't mind, in terms
Sure.
of reconditioning, the oversight on reconditioning? What other kinds of experience and knowledge were you looking for there? And how did you evaluate that? I'm curious.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's a couple things. Is John, who we hired, he has a lot of experience with being a used car manager, GSM, and et cetera. Is that it has to be a partnership with parts and service, because you can't decline everything that they're asking, but you can't necessarily. We're not trying to bring it to Pebble Beach either. We're trying to find different levels of reconditioning. So on a flip chart in the next room over, I have those different levels. There's safety. We want to make sure any car we sell is safety related. Okay. The next one is, hey, we're going to just sell it as a pre-owned car. Now, as a Mercedes-Benz dealer, I want to certify every car. Okay, because we're a Mercedes-Benz dealer. We have the star on our franchise. So I'm a big, and I used to be the national
And you were the
CPO
national
manager.
manager.
So I'm a big fan of CPO, and it's good. So the next thing is pre-owned. If for some reason it's too old, or we can't, or it's an off-brand car, we're going to sell it as pre-owned. Then the next best thing is, we're going up the ranks is CPO. And then if it's a really special car, let's say it's a G class or GT or something like that, that's what I call those show cars, where we're going to want to make everything. And that would be in the vAuto world, like a platinum car. And we're going to do everything on that car, and we're going to get all the money on it. And we're not in a rush to sell it, because we're just waiting for the right buyer. So there's reconditioning standards for each of those metals that I was going back to, for bronze, for silver, gold, etc. And so the service manager and the internal advisor and the pre-owned manager need to work together. So I felt comfortable in John explaining his thing, and some of the other candidates that were highly ranked candidates, about what their philosophy was, that, hey, it wasn't just what's best for me. And yes, we need to make the pricing's important, but we understand that there's downstream impact to fixed ops and to the dealership as a whole.
Mark, it's incredible to hear, just the evolution of how you've really thought through all of the components that really go into hiring and retaining a really good pre-owned manager that's going to really have this relationship with our service department. Because again, our customers are expecting this. They're expecting that cohesiveness between service and sales, and that speeds up everything for our dealers that are listening. I want to get your perspective, just in our final few moments here, with some advice to our dealers that are listening. If you could encapsulate just a couple final points to offer our other dealers that are in our audience today, looking to bring someone new on board, what advice would you give them to get started today?
Yeah. So thank you for the question. So I think, are they analytical? Okay. Do they like working with data? So that's number one. Two, are they a good team player? That gets back to the reconditioning and working with other parts. When you sell a pre-owned car, it affects every other department, right? It affects new car, service, and parts, etc. And then are they, and this is the part that I recently really came to appreciate through Patrick and some of the experts he put me in front of. How aggressively are we going after appraisals? So that was another piece. And then there's the financial piece, which I'm kind of talking to Ted and you, Sarah, but we talked about sometimes we talk about fixed absorption. Okay. And so, but let's use a new metric called total absorption, where we take fixed absorption, which is service and parts absorption, plus pre-owned, and how much of that will cover our expenses. So if the pre-owned manager and the other two managers, if everybody understands that, hey, this is going to help our total absorption, I think that's very helpful, especially for a GM to realize that, because it's a big opportunity. We have a lot of room for improvement, I'll be honest with you, but that's what we're working on.
Patrick, the insights from Mark here and that you are adding really give us a lot of information in terms of what we need to be looking for. Okay, in the not just the future. I mean, the future is now, right? As you said, in terms of vehicle acquisition, looking at pre-owned vehicles, and really the importance that plays on the entire dealership. So
I tell you, I told you I was bringing a rock star on with me. I'm not going to, just drag any guy on here that isn't going to add any value to your show, Ted.
Patrick, I see that. I'm greatly appreciative. Mark, any other final points? I'll give you the last word that you'd like our audience to be aware of or know of as we start off here. We're at the end of the first month of a new year, but things they need to be aware of for 2026, or things they should be thinking about at least.
Yeah, I think that everything is about turn time, whether it's in service, getting a car in and out of service. It's really important. We track that. That's really important. I think turn time on reconditioning, and then turn time for pre-owned cars. We're trying to really bring down our days to sale. So I think everything's about the need for speed, but still giving a good customer a good customer experience, good employee experience. So, but you can get the whole dealership you can try to get the whole dealership involved in that need to speed. So I think that's important.
Mark, thank you so much for coming on the Fixed
My
Ops
pleasure.
Roundtable. Great honor to have you, and you're invited back anytime you'd like. You got great information and a great resource. I mean, we may have some questions for you going into the future. Patrick, I have a feeling we will. So,
thank you.
Sure.
Patrick, speaking of which, next week, I mentioned earlier, NADA, you're going to be out there in Las Vegas. Sarah and I will see you as well. Anything that we can look forward to? Again, vAuto always seems to be a hub of activity, and this year I think even more so.
Yeah, we're excited. We're launching a product, and I'll just tease it this way, that's going to help you find car deals. How's that? If you want to come into our booth and you're looking for car deals, you might just want to stop by and see me at the vAuto booth. I'll leave it there, but I think that might interest most dealers.
All right. Everybody, if you're going to NADA, look up Cox Village. Patrick Janes at vAuto will be there in the West Hall. Won't be able to miss them. Okay. And again, Sarah, looking forward to a great event next week as well.
It's going to be incredible, Ted. Lots of exciting things happening at vAuto by Cox Automotive.
Gentlemen, thank you for all you do for the industry, and appreciate you greatly and spending your time here with us today. Great insights. Mark Webster and Patrick Janes here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
If you're heading to NADA, this is something you don't want to miss. The Fixed Ops Roundtable is bringing our full professional media team to the show, and for a limited time, we're offering a complimentary media package to our partners and industry leaders. That means professional lighting, crystal clear audio, high quality video production. We're capturing real conversations, real insights, and real stories from the people shaping fixed operations right from the show floor. No awkward setups, no DIY videos, just polished, broadcast-ready content you can actually use. This is your opportunity to walk away from NADA with powerful video assets for LinkedIn, social, sales conversations, and brand visibility. Spots are limited, cameras will be rolling. If you're at NADA, make sure your story is part of this.
Walk on the wild side with Alpha Drive AI in our next panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. What a great opportunity to have the anchors of the roundtable, Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln in sunny St. Augustine, Florida, Tully Williams out on the West Coast at the Nilo Company in Sacramento, joined today with Nick Lawrenson, who is with Alpha Drive AI. First time on the roundtable. Nick, welcome, and Ed and Tully, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick, excited to learn more about Alpha Drive AI. Ed, you want to give us a little bit of color on some of the things, because we're all heading over to NADA next week. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about AI on the way out there.
Well, AI has been the buzzword now for the last couple of years, and there's a ton of companies out there that has this cookie cutter approach that says, hey, we can put this in, we can do this, we can do that. The key is making it fit your store. And it says it right there underneath Nick is you can customize it to where it gives the inflection. It gives the things that drives back to your store to where it feels like it's someone that's connected with your store. And so there's that goes to show why they're the preferred vendor for LITHIA, because it creates that consistency in all the different markets that they're in.
Ed, you've had some experience with call centers. In fact, you have a communication center at your store, and I think it's very unique in the way you do that.
It is. We do not have a BDC per se, because I don't expect them to generate business, so I call it what it is. We all need to communicate and communicate at a high level, so we call it the communication center. And if we communicate effectively, we're asking for the business as we communicate. So it develops business by communicating, but it's what we all miss is those elements of communication. And but there are still voids that we need to fill, and we've all had some great connections with AI, and we've all had some less than desirable connections with AI. And the deal with being customizable is if we do run into a speed bump and say, okay, well, hey, how can we go back and fix that? And we can prevent that from happening again.
Tully, you've got 10 rooftops. How do you do it with all those moving parts?
I think that, as Ed said, customizing is the biggest thing here. Phone calls are our biggest challenge. Everybody says, oh, we answer every phone call. No, you don't. Service answers, maybe it's 70%. If you're lucky, a service writer probably answers at 50%, and you hope your operator or your key input are answering at plus 90. Right there tells you how many calls leak through. Every time a call leaks through, a customer is frustrated, which means the conversation has to get more complex when they finally get to their destination. Yes, we have a BDC, but BDC picks up about 92 to 95% of all the phone calls coming in based on volume. As yesterday, we had 800 phone calls come in on a Monday. Monday is always the busiest day. And you got to remember, we had how many rollovers? We had 65 rollover calls, which drives me insane. And this is where customizing AI is that human and AI can work together to help our customers, right, get who they need to talk to faster or answer the information they need. Some people just need directions. Some people just need to know the phone number. Some people need to make an appointment, and some people, unfortunately, need to talk to their service advisor right away. So there's challenges, and I think that when you have a great AI product that we see here is that you can have that customizability to fit your store and your plan.
Nick, take us through it. Talk to us a little bit about the customization, because that's really unique.
Yeah, absolutely. So with AI, the objective with an AI or a BDC is to have a high appointment conversion. What you want to eliminate is a high percentage of transfers. Every time that customer gets transferred from one person to another person, a layer of frustration gets added. And so we want to eliminate the transfer as much as we possibly can. And in order to do that, what do we have to do? We have to customize. And so the items that we customize in order to maximize the appointment ratio are first and foremost express versus main shop. So making sure that we have a good understanding of those policies and the AI can properly handle booking an express customer and booking a main shop customer, or if there are more teams doing that as well. The second thing is recalls. Recalls can be a nightmare for dealerships. So we got to be able to handle recalls that can be scheduled, recalls that need to be booked 4 or 5 days out so that we can order parts, and then recalls that we can't schedule. So by doing the express and main shop, by handling the recalls, we have now eliminated the need to transfer those calls. And then the third thing, most important, is the 7 transportation options that dealers now have. So we have to be able to customize all the transportation options and handle all of them. So mobile service, pickup and delivery, all of these things need to be able to be handled by the AI. And what you will notice is if you're not allowing your BDC to handle it, or you're not allowing the AI to handle it, you take what would have been an 80% appointment conversion and you start chipping away at it until all of a sudden we're at a 30% appointment conversion, which means that we're transferring 70% of our customers somewhere else, which just creates a nightmare for the dealership.
Ed, you've seen a lot of this happen out in the real world, I know.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of times you go into a store and they're bragging that we answer most of our calls. We probably answer 3/4 of them is what you hear them say. And the easy question to turn back around is if you had 4 kids and you only knew where 3 of them are at, would that bother you? You know where 3/4 of them are. And so it's important to answer all the calls. It's not important. It's not okay to say I'm good with 3/4. You only know where 3 of your kids are. All of our kids need help. All of our kids need guidance, and those are our kids calling in. So and when we can customize it to make it who we are, that's the ticket. That's where we win, and that's where the customer feels like it's seamless.
Tell me, the transfers are a big issue in our industry, aren't they?
It's the worst thing on the planet, because here's the thing. They call in, I want to talk to my service advisor. I'm the busiest service advisor on the planet. You can't talk to me right now. I have my crown on and I'm talking about something else. And then what happens? That customer gets frustrated. So I think that when you look at people calling us, We need to answer 100% of the time. 100% of the time. We need to answer that phone call and try to address that and whatever they want 100% of the time. That's the frustration that happens with human beings, because sometimes we can't man the phones enough if you get a call volume. If you have onesie twosies, no problem. But that's not the way it works in the phones. They all call in the morning, they all call in the afternoon, because we don't do follow-up calls very well. That's what happens in this business. God bless America. But here's the thing that AI can help us with is fill in the cracks, because every call that calls in, we should ask it, do you want to talk to your advisor, talk to the dealership, or do you want to make an appointment? The appointment needs to go away from the store, no matter who answers the call. Is it a human being or an AI product, right? The issue is that then we can have the calls that need to be at the dealership level, questions that are callbacks, or my car is broken, or you haven't called me back, what's going on with my automobile? Those are the things that would need to have answers. And if we answer them correctly the first time and quickly, everybody just relaxes a little bit. Our CSI increases. We have customer satisfaction. And ultimately, guess what we have? Repeat and referral business. And that, unfortunately, is the business that we're in. And I tell you, what drives repeat referral business down is not answering the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, you mentioned some of the complex things when it comes to scheduling. You mentioned mobile service, pickup and delivery, loaners, recalls, and there's also more elements, as you know, shop capacity and so on. How should dealers think about AI handling those while making it frictionless and easy?
Yeah, so first of all, we want to not lose sight of the fact that the purpose of the call is to book the appointment. So there are some service departments that make things overly complicated, and I urge against that, because we want to drive traffic. We want to get the customer in the door. My favorite service manager is the service manager that says, load me up, bring it on in. That's what makes a BDC and an AI company very successful. But when we do have these complex situations, we need to be able to either train the BDC department or train the AI on how to handle it. So when I say train the AI, that is foreign to a lot of people in the auto industry. Most AI companies are set it and forget it like it's a software system. We have to take a different approach to AI. AI needs to be trained. You have to put AI in a real world scenario so that the AI can make mistakes, and it takes 2, 4, even 6 weeks to get the AI perfect. But once we have the AI where we want it, it's the last BDC agent you'll ever have to train.
Nick, here you've got a big single point, Bozard Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine, big retailer. Ed retails approximately 1,000 a month and does a great job with it. And Tully, as I mentioned, spread out in the Sacramento market with 10 rooftops. Where do you folks excel at Alpha Drive AI? Is it the single point? Is it the group? Is it both?
Yeah, well, the large dealers like Ed's dealer is going to have the highest ROI, because AI is usually a one price for the smaller dealer, one price for the larger dealer, same price. And of course, Ed's dealership is probably sending 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 calls to a company like us every month. And so they're going to have the biggest ROI. But I will say that AI, we excel with all dealerships, whether it be small, medium, or large size dealers. We can work with them all.
Ed, your thoughts on where we're headed with AI and where it's been and where we're headed?
Well, I think we've learned a lot with AI over the last, let's call it, year and a half. Last year really is where everybody's been this big push. And I want to spin that back to Nick a bit, because next week we got this small little event called NADA, and everybody there will be talking about their element of AI. And Nick, what do you have for a demo there that we can come by and see and show some of the customization of what you guys do there?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. We are going to be unfortunately on the North Hall, but hopefully you dealers can make it over to the North Hall. So we have a awesome booth. We've got 2 conference rooms set up within our booth so that we can do private demos. We've got kiosk stations set up so that dealers can come and make live calls to our AI and sample the AI so they can see what it's really all about. So come on by. We've got an awesome booth. It's by far the largest booth that we've ever had at NADA. So we're very excited to see everybody.
So you got to tell everybody that we're on the side where you have a little more room to move around. So don't be afraid to go over and stretch out a bit.
That is a great way to put it.
Yes.
And Tully, you've had a lot of experience with this, but from the service advisor's perspective, this can really help them with their time. And I know you have a very special group there with the folks and how you treat them. So maybe some thoughts on the service advisor's perspective of all this.
My big thing is making sure you have the right ratios. We like everybody to go home at 5 o'clock. 5:01, most of our stores turn into a ghost town. That's because it was well planned that way. Customers are happier, technicians are happier, service writers are happier. Nobody's stressed out-ish during the day. But the goal is going to be is that how do we manage our time and manage our advisors' time? Because they're the ones that have the most things in the air. And we don't want someone writing 30 ROs a day. That doesn't work for us. I don't want someone writing 20 ROs a day. Honestly, I really think it's great when they write up 8 to 12 ROs a day. Right? They can manage those. Some of those are easier, some of those are harder. But now this is where AI comes in. Whereas if we have phone calls, and some people want to be called, not text. Well, how do we get them back to the advisor? Because when the advisor calls a customer, he's 100% focused on that customer to let him know. Maybe he's texting him, say, here's the inspection, there's a tech video. When can I give you a shout? Call me now. Boom. No answer. Customer calls back 5 minutes. That writer could be somewhere else in the store, could be already on the next customer, and now they play phone tag for the rest of the day. Mm-hmm. And the issue is that's where we have challenges. And I would love, when you look at a person like that, is that, I'm sorry, I missed you at this very moment. Please give me a call back. You could even say my AI agent's going to hold it for me and make sure they can find me. Because you know what? A lot of times, what do? We put them to voicemail. We don't listen to voicemails very much. That's the end of the day thing we like to think about, that red glowing light that irritates everybody, right? Or we look at our email box and the email box. Oh, I got 20 voicemails. What the heck's that all about? Why don't we serve that customer up to that person and say, Mrs. Jones is on the phone call. We'll put you on hold while we wait for you to handle it. So that customer can wait, knowing there's going to come. And then all of a sudden, the service writer appears and we take care of that customer. Maybe there's a 5-minute delay, but it saves us maybe a 2 to 3 hour phone tag event. And that usually does what? We don't fix the car. Person's frustrated. I need my car back. Give me more rental time, right? Because rentals are the devil, right? So the whole thing, it just turns into a shit show. How do we get AI to help our advisors be better managing their inbound calls?
So what I hear Tully saying is our advisors are busy. And if you think about that and you walk back to the service drive, they're never just standing there. They always have something going on. But to the customer, they don't get to see those things. And this is what fills that void. It's what keeps it moving. And it becomes more seamless to the customer, that they feel like they was given priority from the time that they reached out and then make that connection. So it fills the voids and it allows the advisor to complete what they're on, so they don't leave something half done that they had to leave alone to take over something.
It's kind of like their AI assistant.
Go ahead, Tully.
It's just like their AI assistant, what Ed said, right? They need a little help.
Nick, yeah. I was going to ask you, what are some of the biggest mistakes you've seen dealers do on the AI side over the years?
Yeah, the biggest mistake that comes to mind is dealers set up AI and forget it. And they don't put the time and effort in to customize the AI. It's hard to believe, but we actually have to train the bot the same way we have to train a BDC agent. It takes time. And we've had dealers that will sign up to the AI and we don't hear from them for 2 or 3 weeks. And we're trying to reach out to them. They're not getting back to us. And that portion of setting up the AI is probably one of the most critical portions, is that first 2 to 3 weeks. We call it the burn down period, where we're really just working on the AI and how it's performing with the live calls, how the integrations are working. And we need that feedback. We need that feedback where the advisor says, hey, this customer is coming in too late in the afternoon with this type of repair order. We don't want that to happen, so that we can make the tweaks that we need to make on our side to perfect the AI. So really, it's just not putting the time into the AI.
Nick, what's the process? A dealer comes to you What's the onboarding look like? Kind of explain that to us, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so we're unique in that with Alpha Drive, we have a 4-week setup time. So there's a lot of AI companies out there that promise a 48-hour setup. And there's service managers that ask us, why can't you do 48 hours? And my reply is, why would you want me to do 48 hours? So a 48-hour setup means that we're not customizing Express and Main Shop. We're not customizing recall policies. We're not customizing transportation options. So the way that we set up a dealer is we start out with a kickoff call, and we take pride in the fact that we do all the work for you. We're not asking you guys to fill out and write a book and send it back to us, because we want to get the implementations done as quickly as possible, and we know that's the best way. So we start off with a kickoff call. Once we complete the kickoff call, we then integrate with the scheduler. After integrations, we build the bot, and then we pass the bot to you, and you guys can do live testing at the dealer. So we give the dealer 72 hours to pass that number around to their service department, call in, harass it, try to break it. It's unbreakable. And then you guys get back to us with any changes you want made. And that could be changes to the name of the AI, the greeting, how it's talking about transportation options, all of those things. We take that feedback, then we update the bot, and then we go live. Once we go live, we have a 2 to 4 week burn down period where we're making sure that the AI is performing as it should. In order for us to get out of the burn down period, we need to be at a 55% appointment conversion, although we want to be at a 65. So that means 65% of the calls that the AI receives convert into an appointment, which is very high. It's actually higher than our live BDC, to be perfectly honest. And we want to get our transfer rate below 30%. And once we see the appointment conversion above 55 and the transfer rate below 30, we now take that bot out of the burn down period, out of the nesting period, and we put it into client success. And then we continue on with a monthly review call.
And this seems to be a pretty cool process.
Well, I want to touch on the mistakes that dealers make as well. The first thing that dealers do when they start looking at AI is, how can I eliminate this or how can I eliminate that, being people, rather than perfecting the system and getting the system to help those people become more efficient. So they look at it from the wrong angle. And I don't think there's anybody in our stores that we would dismiss if we made them 300% more productive. Mm-hmm. When we give them the right tools, we have the opportunity to do that. And so let's go at it through the lens of, how do we help our people become more productive in what they do and make them more effective at what we do. And as we do that, then that's where AI really gains the traction, and we don't have these burn down stories that we hear sometimes out there.
Tully, the customization was missing in the past, and Nick is talking a whole different story here by looking and addressing all these nuances during that period.
And what Ed said was spot on. That is the problem with AI in the beginning, is that we were told that fire everybody. In fact, you don't even need service writers. We'll put a terminal out in the service drive, and you don't need anybody. Well, you know what? Human beings love to talk to human beings. And I think our best asset at a car dealership is our human beings that do a great job every day. I want AI to help support those great human beings at our store, like Ed said. And this is where I think AI is evolving into it, where what's nice about what Nick has to offer today is we can customize it to what we want at our store to help our human beings be great. Because great human beings drive repeat and referral business. And that's the business that we are in. And I'm really excited about that.
Nick, the entire industry is going to converge next week on Las Vegas on the NADA show. Tell us what we can look forward to. Again, you're going to be over in the North Hall. You're going to be at booth 7019N North. Tell us what's happening there.
Yes, so we will be out there with, we're bringing 18 of our staff members. So we're coming fully loaded. We've got client success team out there. We've got our sales team out there. We've got our leadership team out there. We look forward to meeting all of the dealers, meeting with you guys. And we invite dealers to come out and test out our AI. Call into our AI with us right there and really try to break it, try to confuse it, try to get this thing to not be able to answer a question, and you will be amazed at what you see. We've got some amazing specials that we're going to be offering at NADA to give dealers a very low risk entry. So dealers can come, hopefully sign up with us, try out our AI, And we look forward to meeting you all.
Nick Lawrence and everybody with a company, Alpha Drive AI, going to be in Las Vegas next week. I'll be there. Sarah will be there. You'll see us with Nick as well. We'll be doing some interviews. Please put Alpha Drive AI on your very short list. And if you're not going to NADA, I imagine, Nick, we can visit you on the web. I see a URL scrolling, alphadriveai.com.
That's correct. Yep. www.alphadriveai.com. Go there. And from there, you can enter your information and one of our sales associates will call you back right away.
Everybody, Nick will be back on the roundtable. We have a full year ahead and look forward to hear about all the success stories. Nick Lawrence, thank you for all you do for the industry.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Ed Roberts and Tully Williams, thanks for all that you do as well. Everybody, Nick Lawrence with Alpha Drive AI here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey guys, Nick Lawrence, CEO of Alpha Drive. If you're looking for AI at your service department, here's the truth. Not all BDC AI is built to complete the job. A lot of solutions out there only handle a fraction of the calls and then transfer them back to your internal staff, defeating the purpose of you having AI in the first place. If you want good AI, as you're doing your research to find the perfect AI company, look for a company that has a high appointment conversion. At least 55% of your calls should be converted into an appointment. Look for a company that has a high first call resolution and isn't transferring all the calls back to you. You want less than a 25% transfer rate back to your dealership. And third, look for a company that has a high customer satisfaction, and the AI should be grading that for you. If you want all three of those things and you want to stop your search right now, contact Alpha Drive AI today, alphadriveai.com. Look forward to talking to you. Thank you.
Rock out with David Reinicke from Automotive Warranty Network.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have David Reinicke of Automotive Warranty Network. And Ted, David's going to share a topic that's on a lot of dealership and OEM minds.
You know, very, very timely, Sarah. You're exactly right. Our great friend, David Reinicke, he's the president of Automotive Warranty Network, is with us today. David, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Sarah. It's great to be back as always, and great to be talking with you again. So
great to see you here next week. I think we're going to have an opportunity to see you in person. The industry converges on Las Vegas, the NADA show. David, will AWN, Automotive Warranty Network, be there?
we will. We'll be there at booth 5223 West. We're bringing our whole executive team. It's always a great time. We've been doing NADA for over 25 years. It's always a great time to connect with our partners, dealerships that we work with, and other DMS providers, others in the industry. So we're super excited to see you, and I think a lot of great things are going to come out of it as always. So a lot of energy.
A lot of energy. And let's see, the executive team. So that's Austin, that's Jason, that's Jake, yourself.
Yep.
I might be missing.
Jamie will be there. So Jake, Jason, Austin, Rob, auditing manager, myself, Jamie. So we're bringing the whole crew. It's always a great time for camaraderie. but also a great time. Just it sparks a lot of energy in the industry. So
it does. Sarah and I will see you there. We'll come back to that at the end. A couple things, namely what Sarah mentioned in the opening. David, I want to ask you about audits. We're hearing a lot this year. Here we are already just in the first month at the end of January. And we're hearing a lot about audits that are taking place. They seem to be now fairly routine, done by the manufacturer. You're seeing this from a vantage point where you can see a lot of dealerships and perhaps see some trends. David, tell us what you see on the warranty side.
yeah, so I appreciate that, and I hate to keep banging the table on audits because I know I talk about that a lot, but it's a huge thing right now in the warranty arena. So here we are at the end of January. We have 1,600 dealerships we work with, and we've already had 10 notifications for audits just in January so far. And 2025 was also a big year for audits. We had probably 80 to 90 stores get audited. And I see that being much bigger in 2026 already, since we have 10 that have already been notified this month. So it seems to be, previously it would be more of a selection event based on the dealership's performance, warranty performance, submission performance, that kind of thing, which still is the case, but it's also being more periodic now. So manufacturers, we're seeing some manufacturers come every year or every 2 years, and it's more scheduled, not so much based on performance. So, I really want to help educate dealerships on, one, that this is coming and it's not preventable really. And two, what are the things we need to do today to button up our processes and make sure that when the audit does happen, that the result's favorable and it's not something that you're caught off guard with, or that you're blindsided with, or you experience that big 10% loss where you're being charged back $80,000, $100,000, or even $30,000 is a lot of money. So we really want to help educate dealerships on what they need to do today to prepare for these audits. And there's a lot of things from our perspective that we can share with dealerships, not just dealerships that are our clients, but dealerships that are not yet our clients. I mean, certain manufacturer groups, we might have 70 dealerships with that manufacturer group, or we might have 250 dealerships in the manufacturer group. So if we see that these audits are happening and what the manufacturers are hitting on, whether it's one-time use parts, add-on repairs, diagnostic being performed incorrectly, we can help educate dealerships that you need to look at this now, because this is what Ford or GM or BMW or whichever manufacturer are looking for, and help them button up those processes, because warranty money is what dealerships are entitled to, right? So we want to help them keep the money that they're entitled to and not give that money back. So
David, in this conversation, we have some dealers, I'm sure, that are listening today and thinking, okay, so I've lived through this recently a year ago, or maybe they feel like, okay, I think I'm in the clear, but are there other components that you're seeing? I mean, we've been hearing it across the industry as well, that audits are picking up. There's a lot of regulation that has been scrutinized, pieces that they're paying, like you mentioned, that auditors are paying closer attention to. And we all know that if an auditor is showing up in the dealership, they're going to go away with something.
Yes.
So what? So what in this kind of circumstance are you seeing other types of events other than the timing that are triggering some of these closer looks?
Yeah, certainly. So when a dealership goes through an audit, like you said, they think, okay, I went through it today. I'm in the clear. I've got a year, 2 years, whatever the case may be. You still have to pay attention to the things that can trigger either another audit sooner or cause further scrutiny when the next audit comes. So a lot of manufacturers have like the trend reports that grade a dealership on submission, first time pay rates. Add-on repair frequency, cost per VIN frequency, that kind of thing. So what we like to do is when a dealership goes through an audit is we look at that report. And again, that report varies by manufacturer. So, but we have a department that's dedicated to looking at those things. It knows those things very well. So we'll look at that trend report after the audit concludes or now or whenever. And we'll help a dealership understand what that is and say, okay, well, you're 14% higher in add-on repairs than other dealerships in your region. So, this is what we need to work on to get this number down, so that, when you do get audited, or maybe that prevents them from coming in and auditing or doing a specialty audit or something like that. So I definitely would encourage every dealership to look at those warranty reports, now, and see where you're at. And again, if you need help understanding it, whether you're a client or not, you can contact us, and we're happy to help out and look at those trend reports and say, hey, we can help you understand this. It doesn't really take a lot of time for us to, at a high level, dig into that and say, well, your red flags are this, that, or the other. And so yeah, we can. There are things that you can do to look at it and help prevent an audit or help prevent loss in an audit, right? So
You're going to be at NADA. You've got a great team. Mentioned some of the names earlier. Your team is extremely proficient when it comes to this part of the industry, warranty. David, that's your swim lane. You specialize in that, and it's getting bigger. Warranty is continuing to increase with the complexity of these vehicles. We're seeing more and more focus, and the numbers are bigger now. The average ticket, I mean, these are. This is a huge part of revenue for the dealership, and it's in fixed ops. And you take a lot of that burden of the dealer having to, file the timely submission. You take that off them, okay? And you assume a lot of that with their help. Tell us a little bit about that process, because it's unique. You do it on a big scale. You're the largest that I'm aware of, okay, in the country. Tell us a little bit more about that.
yes, so what our company does, obviously, I know we've talked about it before, is we take the process of warranty submission and do it on an outsourced basis. And we have professionals that are very versed in each manufacturer, so they're not over diversified. Our BMW people know BMW, our Toyota people know Toyota. They keep up with the policies and procedures, the processes, what's going on with that particular brand right now. And it is huge. I mean, it's like you said, the numbers are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, I did a report for end of the year to see, what some of our biggest claims were through the year.
Okay.
And I mean, we had single claims, a lot of single claims. I mean, in the several hundreds that were over $100,000 for just one single repair. So you're talking about your EVs, your engines on the luxury brands. So I mean, you really want to pay attention when you have one repair that's $120,000 or it's $90,000 or $80,000. I mean, there's so many things that need to be done correctly to make sure that a dealership keeps that money that they're entitled to again. And simple things is the technician being punched on the repair while they're doing their diagnostic time. I mean, if that diagnostic time was ran before the technician was even punched on the job, that could result in the claim being debited, or at least that diagnostic time being debited. So, and that's just one small example of everything that needs to be done in the process to make sure that 80, 90, $100,000 repairs buttoned up. And it's not just the big repairs. I mean, obviously those are really important, and you don't want to lose out on an $80,000 repair. But I mean, even all your smaller repairs, everything needs to be documented, and all the I's dotted, T's crossed to make sure it's done. And I think the old school mentality of you can just hire a data input person to process warranty. I think that stigma is gone now for the most part. I think dealerships really realize that this is a very skilled position, that it needs to be done correctly. The codes need to be applied correctly. All that goes into the data that the manufacturer is collecting to make sure everything's done right. And that's how they grade the dealership. That's how that can lead to other performance matters for the dealership as well. So if they're able to self-authorize certain things, or certain leniency that the manufacturer gives to the dealership, is all based on, in part, on warranty performance. So,
David, it's so interesting because, again, what you just described there, I mean, we all have in our dealerships, the mentality sometimes that it's like, well, I'm going to trust my technicians. I'm going to trust my warranty clerk to process this. I got too many ROs. I got too many things going on. I just have to, this is something that has to get handled. But then inevitably, David, we experience month end, and everything has to get closed out, and people this time of year, may fall ill. And your team, again, you have this highly specialized team that's available, so the dealership doesn't miss a beat in all of these components. I definitely want another question, related to that I think is really, really fascinating. Internally with this kind of level of training that you're providing with these specialized teams that, again, are OEM specific. They understand your brand. They understand what the manufacturers are looking for, what pieces are going to be important to pay attention to. Are you seeing, with all of this technology and capabilities and software updates and things that are coming in vehicles today, and what technicians and jobs are looking like, are you seeing more scrutiny on certain types of work that OEMs are thinking about? Or is it just, again, kind of a broad brush, they're looking for a little bit of everything?
It depends on the manufacturer, but definitely there's more scrutiny on those larger repairs. I mean, recalls, maintenance claims, that kind of stuff normally goes through the manufacturer's, edits or whatever, pretty seamlessly. So there's not a lot of scrutiny on those types of claims, although it's still important to make sure those are done right, because they're safety, recalls and making sure the vehicles repaired properly. But there's definitely a lot of scrutiny that goes into those larger repairs that, have a lot of hours, a lot of parts that were replaced. And, you can submit those types of repairs to the manufacturer, and they're not just going to fly right through, right? They're going to sit on it. They're going to, look at it, and, if they may send it back to us and say, well, why was this done? Or why was this part put on? Or, why'd you put this labor operation on? And then, we have to go back and forth with the manufacturer, which we take that responsibility on. So, we don't put that back on the dealership to say, well, hey, this is pending or this got returned. And, we might ask the dealership for clarification is, hey, the manufacturer's asking why you did this to this repair. But certainly, those more extensive repairs that required a lot more troubleshooting or diagnostic, there's a lot more scrutiny, typically on those types of claims. And again, we take that on to, speak with the manufacturer, speak with the dealership, and make sure that those get resolved and those get handled. But even those large repairs and repairs get scrutinized like that. It's all timely, right? So it's not something that we want to drag on for and sit on the schedule for 30, 60 days. I mean, we're very diligent about making sure that we follow up on a daily basis to make sure those claims get paid, make sure we're working with the manufacturer, make sure they get resolved. So.
You're right. It's the big claims, especially. Okay. I was surprised with some of the numbers you just gave us, that you could actually have a 6-figure submission. And you also mentioned that they could deny part of it. They could say, well, we don't like the way the diagnostic, like you said, the times don't match. They could challenge some of that. But you're right. It's those big ones that are going to stand out. That's probably the low-hanging fruit. And I would imagine if the dealer is not compliant on one of those, they're going to look further if there's some more behind that. And that could quickly add up, David, for a dealer watching. Going back to something Sarah mentioned earlier, the trends you're seeing, we do realize you handle a large number of the similar OEMs, okay, whether it's, 5, 10, 15, 50 or more. You're able to see things, and you're able to also work and help your dealers. What about dealers who are watching today who, still have the in-house warranty administrator, but maybe want to tap into some of that knowledge because maybe they're thinking down the road, my warranty administrator is going to be retiring in 6 months to a year. Can I reach out to David and maybe tap into some of the knowledge he's got on this particular OEM?
Sure, absolutely. And like I said on many of our meets, Ted, I'm not sales pitchy at all. So we just want to truly help dealerships. But, what we're really trying to develop right now is doing, some roundtable discussions with dealerships. So again, like you mentioned, I mean, with a particular brand, we might have 70 of this particular brand. We might have 250 of this particular brand. So we're setting up, if we see, let's just say, we get 20 audits with Ford, let's say, or any brand. We want to take that knowledge of what we learned from the audit, because part of what we do for our clients is, if they go through an audit, we don't just wash our hands of it and say good luck, let us know how it went. We want to be involved in that audit. We want to talk to the auditor. We want to speak for the work that we've done. But then we also take that information internally and say, okay, well, we see that Ford is really hitting, I say Ford, but any manufacturer is really hitting on this particular issue. So let's get with all of our dealerships and let them know what the manufacturer's hitting on, or what they're looking for in particular right now, and share that knowledge with our 200 other stores that we have in that brand. So what we really want to get to this year is sharing that, not just with our AWN clients or dealerships that are current clients, but other dealerships that might be interested. Like you said, maybe they have an in-house admin, but I'd really like to hear what AWN has to say about this. So we're going to be inviting dealerships in that are not our clients into these roundtable discussions, and help share, what we're seeing in that brand. So, if it's, hey, you really need to pay attention to one-time use parts and making sure your technician's following the repair manual properly, right? And that is a big one with all manufacturers, by the way. But we want to invite other dealerships in to say, you should go look into this process, right now, and see if your service department's handling this properly, right? So again, that's something that we're really going to be launching at NADA, and first quarter this year is inviting other dealerships into those groups. So, and again, it's not a sales pitchy way to say, hey, you should become our client. It's just, we want to share this with you. Hopefully you find value in it, and if down the road we can help you out, that's great. So.
You're a great, reliable resource for the industry. You mentioned NADA. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Sure.
As I said earlier, Sarah and I will be out there. We look forward to spending time with you.
Excited to see you guys.
Yes, we're all going to be in the West Hall together.
Nice.
AWN, everybody. If you're making your short list now, you want to be sure to visit with Automotive Warranty Network, David Reinicke and his team. Look down below in the scroll, booth 5223W in the West Hall. I think he's got a lot of things that are going to make sure that you visit AWN this year. You're not going to be able to miss AWN. Okay, he's got some great placement. And Sarah and I will be interviewing David as well at the booth and in the West Hall. David, what can some of our audience expect when they come by AWN? What can they expect to see? I know many will have questions, but what have you got going this year that you can share with us today?
Yes. So the main thing is great conversation. I mean, that's really what we want to see. We enjoy connecting with our dealerships, our partners that we're already working with. So if you're our client, come by and see us. We want to say hi. We want to shake your hand. If you have questions on audits or trend reports, manufacturer grading reports, come by and see us. Our auditing and training manager will be there. He'll be able to answer any questions. He lives and breathes this stuff. He's been with us for 20 years, so he loves to talk about audits and metrics and that kind of thing. So come by and see us and talk about that if you like. We are going to have obviously demos of our product, our service, our cars application. Always we have up on a couple screens so we can show you how we can help audit your claims in real time, and the types of data and analytics that we can provide in real time to show you what might be going on in your service department with your technicians, with your advisors, as we're processing claims on a daily basis. So we'll be able to have that. We'll have that there. And then, and we can talk more about this at NADA, but we do have tech enablement in our company. So we'll be talking a little bit about the tech enablement. I'm not going to mention AI because those buzzwords I'm not, we're really not, doing a lot of that per se, but we do have a lot of tech enablement that we'll be displaying at our booth as well. So,
Sarah, exciting times for warranty. Sarah, how about that?
It is. And Ted, this is such an important conversation. It's always a pleasure to have David Reinicke and his team at Automotive Warranty Network with us.
David, on behalf of the Roundtable, thank you for all you do for the industry, elevating our knowledge and our awareness. And we'll see you in Vegas next week.
Yeah, I'll see you next week. Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Sarah. Good seeing you as always.
All right. Great to see you. David Reinicke, everybody, president at Automotive Warranty Network, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The business model of Automotive Warranty Network has always been to provide the very best service we can to automotive dealerships. We believe very much in partnerships, so we partner with dealerships to help them process their warranty repair orders the best they can, but also stay compliant with a manufacturer policy and procedure.
Dealerships, some of them don't understand the importance of the supporting documentation. The repairs are performed, manufacturer is going to come in and audit them. That supporting documentation needs to stand up in an audit. If not, those monies will be charged back to the dealership. So important thing that our team provides the dealerships is the information where the supporting documentation does not support the repairs performed, where they could lose those monies in an audit.
Audits are not scary. Audits are actually fantastic learning experiences. I'm a big proponent for audits. I am not perfect. I do not think anybody is perfect. AI isn't even perfect. It is such a learning experience, and manufacturers are looking for things differently every year, and it keeps us on our toes. Then I know that I could take that information that I gather and provide it to my other dealerships and say, hey, we need to stay on top of these things.
We offer full warranty administration services from beginning to end, from reviewing technician comments and punch times, looking up and applying labor operations and times in the DMS, and transmitting to the manufacturer for payment. We then follow up on claims daily and account for any differences in payment.
SWAT stands for Specialized Warranty Assistance Team. We provide coverage for admins who could be taking vacation, if there's family medical leave, bereavement, sick time. So we provide coverage so that there's no hiccup between the admin being out and the dealer having their work processed.
We developed an application called CARS, which stands for Claim Accountability and Reporting System, which is a reporting tool that we use to help dealerships improve in their processes. So it's a tool that we use to identify how frequently compliance issues are happening in a dealership. And we can tell dealerships how frequently those problems are happening, which of their staff members is happening with. And then we also offer training to help educate those particular staff members on the types of issues that they're having and help them improve.
I think the biggest thing I love about this company is the owners. David and Jamie, they care about us. They encourage us to do training. They encourage us to make sure that we're master certified in our car lines.
When I started with AWN, we had 30 employees and about 167 clients. Currently, year to date, we're at 1,500 clients and 340 employees and growing. It's pretty amazing. The people that are with us, our clients, we love them. It's a pretty amazing place to be right now.
"98% of customer experience is how well or how poorly you communicate." Well, how come my software partners spend 98% of their development on workflows? What if they spent 100% of their time on workflows and we spent 100% of our time on communication? Then we'd be able to truly create transformative experiences for customers, and that's what True Video does.
Watch as this free bird hits the sky for our Sky Vision panel with Ashley Norton and Jim Sabino.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Sky Vision panel. And Ted, what a topic that we're going to discuss today. It's very timely in our industry.
Sarah, you're so right. Extremely timely and great colleagues with us here today. Ashley Norton, Vice President of Marketing at Sky Vision, is with us. Also from beautiful and balmy Bergen County, New Jersey, Jim Sabino, the Fixed Operations Director at the All-American Ford Auto Group. Ashley and Jim, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. So happy to be back.
Thanks, Ted. Same here. Glad to be a part of this great panel.
Well, everyone, it's so exciting to have you with us today. And really just to kick things off, Ashley, I want to come to you first just to kind of set the stage, because a lot of our audience that's listening, Sky Vision has been around, but they may not be familiar with exactly what Sky Vision is doing in the industry. And so just set the stage for us. What is Sky Vision?
Sure. Yeah, the technology's been around for about 5 years, but it's really blown up in the last 18 months or so when 300 dealers. So Sky Vision started as visual AI for the service drive and focusing on where the blockers are and getting cars through the quick lane or getting cars through service and increasing cycle times. But what is selling like hotcakes today is our vehicle acquisitions piece of the Sky Vision platform, which is automating the vehicle acquisitions process from the lane using AI. And the reason it's selling like hotcakes is because there's no solid, consistent process out there. You may have a couple of dealers who have a couple of really strong acquisition specialists, but if they're off, nobody's touching the lane. So having AI consistently stay involved in every single car that's pulling through the lane, whether you're using license plate reading from the cameras, you're using one of your, maybe a Hunter or a BL Innovair machine, or just using RO opens, we can see those and get AI messages out to the customers immediately, letting them know, hey, your vehicle's in high demand and would you like an offer? And the simple answer, yes or no, starts the chain.
Wow.
Jim, we're hearing so much about vehicle acquisition on the roundtable, and so let's take a step back for a second, because your perspective, service director, service manager, vehicle acquisition, historically has always been kind of the sales side of the house. But here it is today, we're seeing this conversation around, no, this entire customer experience is one experience. So how is vehicle acquisition going with your group?
Vehicle acquisition is so important to the health and the longevity of your dealership. And it's the customer cycle, right? It's a retention tool. It keeps them in the product within your dealership. And what Sky Vision has put out is it's an incredible AI tool that assists the human convert conversations into transactions, right? So they make a very subtle introduction upon arrival into the service drive with your vehicle. And it's a text message, and it's a very subtle, nice and easy opening question. Hey, would you like to be interested in seeing what your car is worth or trading it in? And basically how they respond is how it triggers to the sales department. So AI technology from Sky Vision never takes off. It never calls out sick. It never goes on vacation. It's available 24/7. Anytime that service drive is active, Sky Vision is right there with it. It piggybacks into the Hunter machine and to your open ROs, whichever you choose the route for Sky Vision. And then it triggers into a dashboard into your sales team where they are monitoring the conversations. If the customer wants to continue the conversation, then your human, your used car department or whoever you assign to that takes over that conversation in person. So it works out really, really well. Sales benefits tremendously off this. And then basically what that happens, that car that gets reacquired through this process becomes a certified pre-owned car. So the cycle keeps going for the dealership. The service department still continues to get the revenue from that used car reconditioning. And the sales department has a new transaction on either a new vehicle or a CPO. It's a fabulous and well needed tool for dealers to be successful to go to the next level.
Jim, can I follow up? How do you know so much about Sky Vision?
We are currently engaged with Sky Vision. We partnered with them and we love it. Actually, their product is top notch. The results are provided every day. And it's a great team. It's a great support team. And the technology is second to none. It really is. It's a great product.
Now, Jim, you have multiple rooftops there in New Jersey.
Yes,
are you able to deploy? And I know you spend time between several of them. Are you able to, manage and oversee this? Is it remotely? I mean, how do you, make sure that all these pieces are working?
Well, it's very easy. Sky Vision makes it very easy for us as the end user, the dealership. Once they go in and they do the onboarding and the setup, everything else kind of follows. It triggers. There's a dashboard. The sales department gets dashboard results, and then it's all tied into their cell phone. So if they're on the floor in the parking lot, they'll get pinged to their cell phone that, hey, this customer wants to continue the conversation and wants an estimate on their vehicle and explore options. And they immediately get involved. If it's customer is there still in the dealership, they'll talk to them face to face, or they'll reach out by phone, text, or email to get the conversation going and hopefully make the deal. So it's very good. And I think Ashley said it before. Somebody said on the day off. So we have multiple people assigned to this. So obviously in this dealership world, right, there are days off because we work so much. So on that day off, we have people that are assigned to cover, so that there's never a drop on our end, because SkyVision never takes off. As I said before, they continue to work. Anytime a car drives to their service drive, they're on it. So we always have coverage in all of our rooftops. There's always coverage on days off.
Ashley, I want to come back to you for this, because what Jim is describing with this, I mean, a lot of our dealers may be listening thinking, okay, this sounds like kind of what I already have when it comes to, vehicle acquisition. Maybe the repair order is starting and I'm going to have my team, start this process. But I would love to take a step back, because really, Ashley, the technology of how that information is getting started into the system and what SkyVision is looking at and how it's going about that. I would just love for you to be able to speak to that component of what Jim is experiencing.
Yeah, absolutely. When I talk to dealers and ask them, what's your current acquisition process? I spoke to one this week and she said, well, every night before my used car manager goes home, he has to look through tomorrow's appointments. He has to decide what vehicles he wants the team to target. Then the team has to target them. They make a phone call. They send a text. They probably don't get a response because customers are conditioned to knowing that you're going to try to upsell them in any way you can. Right. So one, removing that friction of what the used car manager has to do in making decisions about what cars you have to target. That's all built into the back end of the system. So if you want to target specific models, if you want to be a little bit more aggressive on specific year make models, right? Ford right now is really aggressive on the Escapes and getting those people to trade them in and get them into a new vehicle. So you can be a little bit more aggressive on certain makes and models. You can say, I don't want mileage over a certain number. I mean, you can really hone the program in so that there's no thinking behind the scenes. And then the text goes out to the customers that you want, and your team can see in their phone, this customer said yes. If customers say no, which you're going to get, right? You might get a 50% opt out. But if your customers say yes, then the team can see, okay, this customer said yes. The AI is sending the appraisal based on the parameters that you set. And then the AI is next asking, are you looking to trade in or sell us your vehicle? Some customers will say, I don't know. Some customers will say, I want to trade it in, but we're now setting that stage for the acquisition specialist to know where to go next. So instead of casting a wide net, we're getting them to the customers who are raising their hand saying yes.
Ashley, that makes so much sense. I had no idea that you had the ability to do this and to do it now. And with the way dealers are focused right now on acquisition and being able to do that at the dealership with the dealership's vehicles. Jim, a vehicle on the service drive, I mean, not only do you have the records, but I mean, you could look at it where at the auction, that's not quite the same thing. And you've got them coming to your front door.
Correct. And right. So instead of going out looking for the cars are coming to us, right? So how simple and how great is that? So the acquisition process it's right in front of your face. And Ted, to your point, most of the service records we have at our disposal because the cars, for the most part, are ours. We've serviced before and we have a history of them. So the used car manager or the team that's part of the acquisition team knows that, hey, this is a good car, or it's going to need some work, or it's had some issues, or they can put their eyes on it and cosmetically see the car and see right there in real time. And the whole process was originated by SkyVision. So that text message, that little gentle text message started the process off. And every single time it's a success. But again, Ashley said that not everybody opts in. Not everybody's going to say, yes, I want to sell my car. And, of course, but the ones that do, then the humans take over, the acquisition team takes over, because AI technology from SkyVision did their job, brought the customer to the table. Now it's up to us to figure out what the next steps are.
Yeah, and you can actually see all of that information inside of SkyVision. You can see all of their repair order history, so you can start to make those decisions immediately.
Yep. Real time.
Inside SkyVision, you could see that, Ashley. Wow. So Jim, this is all integrated. So it's the way it sounds.
It's correct. SkyVision is integrated into our DMS, so it sees everything, and then it has the outside, technology to see the appraisals right on the parameters that we set. So it can actually send out the appraisal before the human even gets involved. The estimated appraisal. Your car has a value of X to X, and that's all done through SkyVision's technology also on outside data. So it's an incredible tool, great technology. And even the people from SkyVision, the support staff, everybody knows, they're very helpful. They're very knowledgeable. The onboarding process was very easy, and it worked. It was very smooth. No hiccups, no issues, no nothing. I mean, it was a matter of just flipping a switch, going in, integrating, and we're off. I mean, we were up and running within days. We really a smooth transition into this to this tool.
Jim, a follow up on this, because a couple of parts in this equation. A lot of our dealer audience listening, they may be thinking about this, going, all right, this is definitely something that I want to implement. I want to make sure that I am acquiring vehicles right here in my service drive, that I'm familiar with the customer, I'm familiar with the car, but I'm concerned about things like setup and like who is going to ultimately be responsible for executing this program and launching this. Jim, what has your experience been like, from the point of installing, and then also too, what have your customers thought about the change?
The customers have received it easily. I mean, very well, because the ones that opt in and say yes, they're interested in maybe hearing what you have to say. And you obviously monitor your conversion ratio, and you want to try and convert as many of the people that raise their hand and say yes. You want to do everything you can on your team's ability to convert those into a new vehicle. The people that say no, it stops there. So there's no annoying follow-ups. There's no nothing. They just, if they opt out, we respect that, and we move on. It's they don't, next day they don't get another call or an email or they don't get any of that. So we don't have any type of pushback. Or it's been very, very well welcomed so far, and it's been well. The onboarding process was very easy. The employees that are involved in this, that they chosen as the acquisition team under each rooftop. There's 3 of them in each store, and they all work well together, and they know what they have to do. They're monitored on their performance, on the people that raise their hand. We obviously, as every dealer should, monitor their closing ratio and get the best out of this as that you can. If they're raising their hand, they're interested. So let's give them some options to consider and hopefully close that deal.
And to piggyback on that, one of the other things that I love when I'm showing this to dealers is once the human gets involved, the AI stops.
Correct.
So you're not getting mixed messaging coming from one platform while your employees are saying a different number or a different message. The AI stops and lets the employee do their job at that point.
Correct.
Ashley, it sounds like the onboarding that you and Jim are describing is really a whole lot easier, than I would ever have imagined. You removed a lot of the potential friction points and made it easy for the dealership to use SkyVision.
Yeah, not just the onboarding, but the team that we have that interacts with our customers, with our dealers. They're very honed in on not just, hey, here's the platform. Okay, you're set up. You're good to go. Talk to you next month. They're very honed in on, hey, what's your process now? This is how we can help you improve the process that you currently have by watching the metrics on a daily and a weekly basis to see where can we get a little bit better so we can increase those conversion rates.
Yeah. So let me just add to that too, because I was part of the onboarding calls and Zooms coming in, and SkyVision actually offered us some best practices on what they seen work good or better in other dealerships that they have up and running. So, and we took that as very positive information, because not everybody has the answer, right? And you always say, okay, I can learn something from a dealership maybe in Texas that's Sky Vision's working, and they do this that we never tried, and that's like, wow. So they did that. They offered best practices based on history with their current their dealerships that they're doing business with. So that was very welcoming. It was very smooth. We went on, they answered some questions and checked some boxes, and then we were off to the races. But they were it wasn't just like set it and go and walked away from us. They're still there today. If we need the phone call or an email, they're incredibly responsive, and it's a very talented team over there that onboards you, that knows the technology, the AI and stuff. So it's really, really good. I mean, so far it's been 2 thumbs up across the board.
Jim, if you wanted to share, another perspective too with our audience on just the pieces, regarding not only the acquisition part of it, but then also just what has surprised you the most about what you've seen since starting Sky Vision?
I guess how the customers perceive the text messages. You expect that people think they get this, they think it's a spam call. It's not a spam call because it's personalized. It's from All American Ford, and and it's very, what I call is a soft text message. It's nothing harsh. There's nothing aggressive in it. It's a very soft, easy message, and you have the simple answer. It'd be yes or no, and that's how it closes. Yes or no. Would you like to continue, or would you like more information? Yes or no, and that's how it is. So. We haven't had not one person say, take me out of this, take my phone number out of your system. Nothing like that at all. Because it's an incredibly warm, soft, subtle message, and it's personalized. It doesn't come from somebody that an 866 number or something like that, or that you would expect that somebody's selling you something that you're not interested in.
Ted, lots of really great pieces.
I was going to ask Ashley, the industry. Ashley, next week is converging on Las Vegas, the NADA show. I know Sky Vision is going to be there. I'm looking down below. I see the booth number in the West Hall, 2555. Ashley, will you be there at the NADA as well?
I will be there, and I will see you there. We're 2555 West, kind of close to the Ford shop, close to Reynolds. So yeah, look for us in the main hall.
So for our audience right now, because Sarah and I will be out there, and you're right, we will visit with you. We're going to do some interviews with you and your dealers. I'm looking forward to that. Ashley, to make sure our audience puts Sky Vision on their short list, what kind of things can they expect to see when they come over to the booth at Sky Vision? What are you going to have going there that can help answer their questions and maybe show them what's coming and what's out now and what's next?
Yeah, so our entire team will be there, from sales to our founders, who are our CTO, our COO, our CEO. Everybody's going to be there and ready to show off the technology. What we talk about for what's next is a big topic of discussion over the next 17 days, because this team never stops innovating. Like I said, this baby kind of was born about 18 months ago and really just blew up. So we had a company-wide call yesterday and went around the room. What are our customers asking for? What are dealers asking for? So I imagine we're going to have some pretty big announcements, but you'll be able to see the tool, see how it works, see with a machine like BL Innovair, how that works.
Yes.
Get all your questions answered on site.
Yep. Sarah, another great company, BL Innovair. So I imagine, Ashley, it sounds like there's an integration there as well with that product for Sky Vision.
Yes, we will integrate with any alignment tool, video cameras in the drive, all DMS. We can integrate with, we're pretty much agnostic for anything that the dealers want to use. It's really just 3 ways, whether you do it through the cameras in the drive to recognize the license plate, whether you do it through a machine like a Hunter, a BL Innovair, a UVI, for example, we integrate with them, or just straight from the RO open from the DMS.
Exciting stuff. Sarah, I'm looking forward to all that's going to be at Las Vegas next week, including Sky Vision.
going to be incredible, Ted, and can't wait to see what SkyVision has in the year ahead.
Ashley, congratulations. Can't wait to see what's next, like Sarah said. Jim Sabino, thanks for giving us all the real world background on what you're doing there in New Jersey. Amazing stuff. So
yeah, it's good. The SkyVision is a big part of our success going forward. We're looking forward to a really strong 2026, specifically to vehicle acquisitions, as we are partnered with SkyVision. So it really is, it's going to make us go to the next level for sure.
All right. We'll leave it there. Jim Sabino, All-American Ford Auto Group in New Jersey. Ashley Norton at SkyVision. Everybody, you can reach SkyVision on the web, skyvision.com. And, of course, next week in Las Vegas at the NADA show, booth 2555 West in the West Hall. Ashley, Sarah, and I will look forward to seeing you all there and meeting you in person. Everybody, Ashley Norton from SkyVision with Jim Sabino here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
SkyVision is a smart space application that modernizes employee and customer experience by turning a dealership camera network into a team of assistants. Powered by computer vision AI, the application assists 24/7, requiring no data input nor software tasks. How? Step 1. Plug the Skybox server securely into your camera network and turn on certified integrations with your DMS and other systems. Step 2. Use one entry camera to capture vehicles as they pull into the property or service lane. The first use case is a powerful enhancement to service vehicle acquisition using a simple camera-to-text process as follows. Set your target vehicle filters and choose your custom pricing strategy by model. Sky sends a legally compliant text opt-in to the customer. No human action required. Customers who reply yes receive your pricing range with a query as to whether they would be more likely to trade or sell the vehicle. Your team is alerted only when an on-site hand raiser wants to see options. The app has a customizable AI workflow to assist the conversation until a team member takes over. 100% of your service customers are engaged via the communication method most preferred, text, at the time most preferred, when they are on site. On average, stores realize an over 10% lift in acquisitions with simple insight into each group of customers. Engaged, awaiting information, ghosted, and transacted. Step 3. Map your express service flow with camera placements at entry, lane, staging, rack, wash, and delivery. The result is a fast, simple read on your best and worst cycle times, along with what is consistently happening to produce each. The same arrival camera that triggers the acquisition offer for sales also alerts the advisor or the service team taking the customer experience to a new level, greeting guests by name. An acceptable time to greet can be set, which alerts if a visit is getting off on the wrong foot. Setting target times for each process step enables proactive mobile notifications to the right team members. Time on rack footage is broken down, evaluating stall activity at a glance, with configurable alerts if a tech is waiting too long for a vehicle to service or a vehicle is waiting too long for its tech. Since the system knows if a tech is present, a vehicle, both or neither, actionable adjustments emerge to optimize capacity. Transparent visual reassurance can be communicated to the customer at key points in the repair visit. Your best performances are relayed to the whole community via automatic Google reviews sent only when your team performs at their best to produce a lift in positive views. Step 4. Lean into any efficiency opportunity as they vary based on dealership layout, staffing, and process. Some examples that have produced a positive return on camera placement include ungreeted customers in facility blind spots, EV charging station efficiency, security and safety events, vehicles that remain stationary too long, customers waiting too long for assistance, along with 23 gesture recognitions that can be mapped to keyboard strokes. Because time is money and time drives retention, the SkyVision app produces a pep-in-the-step focus that promotes a reduction in unacceptable outcomes and lost customers. Once you see the benefits of a proactive smart camera approach, you will never go back to a reactive approach to your camera investment. Sky Vision.
Turn up the music and go with the flow with Dave Anderson from Evenflow AI.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Dave Anderson is with us from a company called Evenflow. Evenflow intelligently schedules appointments to maximize technician production. A new face here on the Roundtable with a great product and a great story, and we wanted everyone to hear about it right from Dave. Dave, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. Excited to be here.
Excited to have you, and you got a great new product, and you got a great story of how we got here. I noticed that in our green room discussion, we talked a lot of dealerships, most dealerships only capture 70% of their service revenue potential. And you and I probably both think that maybe even that is high for most dealerships. But you've got a great story. If you would tell us, what is Evenflow, Dave?
Yeah, so thanks, Ted. So as you said, what we are is a service scheduler. And what we're trying to do is bring a little bit different perspective to intelligently schedule appointments to maximize the technician production capacity. And I'm, coming at it from a slightly different angle in that I'm like a baby to the industry. I'm a newbie. I'm an academic in training. I have a PhD in applied math. I left academia and then found myself at United Airlines for a number of years. And then 13 years ago, I left United and started my own ventures with some partners, trying to take one of the few things airlines do really well, and that's sell every seat on a plane and apply those techniques to first hotels, then golf courses, most recently with doctor's offices and surgery centers. And then a few years ago, I started Evenflow with the aim of trying to marry some of those best practices with the unique dynamics in automotive service.
Dave, that's an incredible story. And you're right, airlines as an example, they do a great job at selling all those seats. Is it the way that we've been doing it in dealership that we haven't challenged the conventional thinking? And I imagine that's the problem you're trying to solve for dealerships.
Yeah, fundamentally is that the traditional tools haven't done a good job of matching like the demand that flows in with the shop's capacity. And that mismatch of like demand to capacity, it either creates bottlenecks where the shop is overrun at periods. And when you're overrun, we see it in the data and we hear it anecdotally from the service managers, is that they're just trying to move cars through. So then the unit production goes down, like the dollars per RO, the hours per RO, they have to decrease when they get the bottlenecks because they're worried about upset customers. And then inevitably there's other periods where the techs are on the clock, but they're not flagging hours or they're just sitting on their toolbox, right? And in the airline world, that's like leaving the gate with the seat empty, right? You can't ever get that time back to sell it. And so this sort of mismatch of the demand with the capacity is causing the inefficiency in the shops.
I can't recall too many flights, especially recently, that had empty seats.
Yeah.
So give us the thinking, give us the, if you will, the new way, and tell us how Evenflow is different than what currently is the way that we've been doing it for forever, it seems.
Yeah. So the common practice or traditional approach, my term is like you're counting cars. Now you may count cars by express or main shop, but at the end of the day, you're saying I'll take 5 at 9 a.m. I'll take another 5 at 9:30, and you're treating a car as a car. And the difficulty of this environment is you got a lot of variability and unpredictability. So Monday's busier than Tuesday, but not every Monday, right? 9 a.m. is busier than 11 a.m., but not every 9 a.m. it is unpredictable. Like customers walk in, they no show, they're late, they're early. And then probably one of the most confounding issues is that like what people schedule for isn't what they leave on their RO. So if I have 100,000 miles on my Honda Odyssey and I schedule an oil change, it's extremely unlikely I'm leaving with just an oil change on my RO, right? And so that mismatch of like just counting cars with like what the production capacity is, that causes this inefficiency there.
And you're right. That's the way we've looked at it forever. And there are bottlenecks. And this, Dave, this seems to be the year that we're looking for efficiencies and fixed ops. All eyes are on fixed ops because it's being recognized now really as the true profit center, where others, are variable, if you will. Tell us a little bit more. Tell us, how does it work?
Yeah. So instead of just like counting cars, right? Like what we do is we predict true demand for every single, what I call true demand for every single appointment. So we look at like what's in the appointment. So it's a 100,000 mile Odyssey with just, an oil change. That's the baseline of it. And then we predict what we think the additional flag time will be on top of that. And then we can translate that back into clock time based on the team's like efficiency or proficiency to do certain jobs. And then what we do is we look at like the production capacity of how the team rolls on the clock and off the clock by day across the week. And we try to like tightly pack every single appointment into like a perfectly packed Tetris board. And that way, what we're doing is we're flowing the demand in where the capacity is. And people often ask me this of like, where do you get the predictions from? Like everything's tuned to the dealer's data, but I will be the first one to admit like we're 100% wrong all the time. I've never got a prediction right on any car. Like I have no idea that you're going to decline all services or you have corrosion in your engine. But it doesn't matter because, we don't have bias. So if we're a half hour too high on car A and a half hour too low on car B, we still pack in that Tetris board perfectly to then get the right sort of flow of the demand to the capacity.
Okay. So take us through it. You've mentioned other industries. You mentioned airlines. You mentioned hotels. You mentioned golf. Okay. What have you learned from working in these other industries? Because you're right, they're all matching demand, okay, with consumers. And how do you apply this to the retail automotive industry?
Yeah, so maybe the first thing I just would want to emphasize is like each time I go to a different industry, like first and foremost, it's important for me to be a student, right? It's not for me to come in and say like this is a better way of doing it until I actually understand the context with it. And so I'm fortunate enough, the dealers I work with, they teach me every single day, and I love it. And we can't be effective without that education there. And I also would say there's no perfect match, but there is, with healthcare, I think there's some interesting like analogies I would bring up. So maybe first is like, think about an emergency room. Like why does it take so long to be in an emergency room? It's an emergency. You would think it would be fast. And the challenge is it's 100% walk-ins. And then it's coupled by the fact that it's hugely variable, right? Like a stroke patient is different than someone showing up with an ear infection. So the resources required to take care of one patient and the amount of resource has huge variability there. And so if you think about that from like the automotive perspective, it's really important to sort of try to control your schedule, right? And if you just let it be free for all, then you're back to like an emergency room. And service director the other day said something that I'm quoting him all the time because I love it, is because he was having a hard time controlling his express shop. And he said, we promise our customers, we'll be done in express 1 to 7 hours. And he's like, we meet that promise time 100% of the time.
So, that's like the weather forecast, right?
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
a big variable there.
Yeah, it's either going to rain or snow or be sunny, right? So, from the emergency room, you think about like there's you have walk-ins, you do have variability, right? Like a transmission job is different than an oil change rotate, right? You have different resources there, but a key lesson is how do you control your schedule? And then you think about like on the other side of like a surgery center, and they generally work like clockwork, right? But in that case, like you don't have walk-ins. You generally don't have no-shows. Like if you have a heart surgery planned, right, you don't forget to put it on your calendar, or have a conflict with a conference call, right? You're going to show up for it. They know exactly what they're going to do. Like you don't go to the hospital saying like, well, maybe I'll repair my ACL or have my appendix out. I don't know, right? You know what's going to be done. And there isn't a concept of like upsell of like, oh, Ted, you're right. While I'm here, you might as well take my gallbladder out, right? Like, it's a known procedure, known resources. And I think service centers, a lot of service managers I talk to, they strive to try to run it like a surgery center. The challenge is you have the variability and the unpredictability. And so that's where like the method of counting cars really kind of falls down with, you're trying to run it like a surgery center, but then it's actually like a little bit like an ER with a surgery center, and you need just a little bit more sophistication to be able to manage that like variability and unpredictability.
That's fascinating, and you're spot on. So Evenflow provides a platform to help dealers do this. Tell me about what some of the features are, some things that you'd like to highlight for our dealer audience, because you're coming at this from an angle that we have not done historically. And it's fascinating and refreshing to hear you say these things, Dave.
Yeah. So there's a lot that, I could highlight, from like our dynamic pricing to like the booking experience and simplification. Maybe for another time on some of those, but the one thing that I'm like really passionate about right now is recall management. And I think about it, I emphasize the word, management, because, whatever the stats are, 80 million on, repaired open recalls, it's huge, right? So there's volume, but it's about like management and like, is the customer ready? Is the the operation ready? And do you have business optimization? And so what I mean by that on like customer readiness is, do they know they have a recall when they show up? Right. So if they just think they're going to get an oil change and then you tell them in the drive they have a recall, well, maybe they didn't plan for an extra 2 hours, right, in their day. Did you convey to them the things that are important, right? Like I know with the Honda fuel pump recalls, it was important to show up with a quarter tank of gas or less. Some models you had to get into the back seat, so you needed car seats out, right? Did you know that ahead of time? Or did you just show up, I filled up my tank on the way over to the service center, right? So is a customer ready? And then from, the operation, I think about it is like, well, do you have the parts available when they show up? Like the worst thing you want to have is a customer show up and they're ready for the recall, but you're like, I'm sorry, you're going to have to come back.
Parts.
Give me 2 days to get the part, right?
Which happened to me recently. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not good for the dealership. It's not good for the customer, right? Then, does the technician have the capacity to do it, right? So, I know like the Toyota hybrid cable recall, right? A service center might only have 2 techs that are certified to complete it. What if they're already full with jobs, right? So thinking through the capacity, can you do it? And then, I from a business optimization standpoint, people ask me in a macro way of like, well, what's the right mix, warranty versus customer pay? I think it's kind of, situational, right? And so there's cases where it depends on the recall, it depends on the mix of demand that you have, and then how do you manage it? And so, like I know, not to pick on them, but like Kia's got some warranties that I know service managers aren't crazy about what they pay, and there's like this one line RO that's kind of like a nuisance, like in the prime CP 60,000 mile, 8 a.m. appointment, and they're bumping each other out. Well, when's the right time to have that come in? Should you maybe have them come in at 2 o'clock? where you're a little bit quieter, right? And then what we've seen, if you try to like optimize a business, then those one-line ROs can turn into CP ROs too, because you're willing to spend more time instead of like, oh, I got to get you out of the way because I've got this 60,000, mile service with, my prime CP work, So it's about like thinking through holistically. It's not just volume, right? Like it's, are you ready? Is the customer ready? And then where do you want that volume, within your business?
We're speaking to Dave Anderson. He's with a company called Evenflow, evenflow.ai. Not just any company. Dave has earned the seal of approval, the Good Housekeeping seal of approval from Steve Greenfield's Automotive Ventures, which very few companies do. And Steve is embarking and has embarked on a mission to help the automotive retail industry with a better process for managing our appointments and managing our day. Questions for you, Dave. A, is it available now? B, does it work better with some franchises or others? What about DMS integration? What about integrations? And how does all that work?
Yeah. So we're integrated with all the major DMSs, and that's really like our source of truth back and forth.
Okay.
With that, we do have additional integrations like with Xtime or other, key, tech stacks there. And then it is available today. We're live with dealerships, and we're open for business. And we've been able to demonstrate some significant returns. You highlighted sort of capturing 70% revenue potential.
Yes.
We've seen gains of like 20, 30, percent revenue improvement. And a lot of our stores have broken their service growth records, in the first or second month, and then we break it again, and then we break it again. So, we've definitely seen strong results. But it's like anything, like it's not a set it and forget it, right? Like we got to partner with you. We got to learn your business. And just if we think it's, tuned perfectly, maybe you have 2 techs quit and now all bets are off, right? Or you get 3 new techs out of school.
Sure.
And that's a different dynamic, right? Or a new recall hits, right? So your business is dynamic. So we have to be with you right along the way, to adapt.
So audience watching who has questions, I'm assuming they can reach out to you. I see your email there. I'm imagining that's your cell phone. It says call or text.
Yeah.
What is the onboarding? What is the process like to get started? Okay. You mentioned a couple big names for scheduling platforms, and DMS integration, super important. What is it like to get going? How long does that take? It sounds like you spend some time, doing your homework on the dealership as well.
Yeah, that part we've after some hard knocks, we've kind of learned a few things. So we're from when you say go and the DMS connection is available. So let's just say like Monday it's available. We can get you live in under 10 days with everything. Yeah. But like I said, it's not a set and forget it. Like we're like your partner or co-pilot along the way, and so we can get you up running fast, but we want to stay by your side throughout.
But it sounds like the return, the ROI, return on investment, can be pretty substantial. Okay, with you just fine tuning how the production occurs and looking at it from a whole different perspective, Dave.
Yeah. No, but another service director, he said it well. Maybe this is another perspective to have. He just said, when I started in the 90s, I did this all on paper and pencil, and I just knew, right? Like, Ted, you're calling up with this, and I want to have like Steve, do it, but he's going to be tied up with the job till like 11. So why don't you come in at 11, right? So all that mental math, right? And expertise. But then, with the benefits of, online scheduling and the automation and the efficiencies with BDCs, right? What you lost is some of that intelligence. And what we're aiming to do is, get the power of the automation, right, and self-service, but bring back the intelligence to it. And every service manager wants to run their business differently, and that's their prerogative. And we're there to help, enable it on steroids. So
You mentioned the service BDC. A lot of our dealers have BDCs, centralized BDCs. Does it work best with a BDC? And there are some dealerships that still don't have a BDC.
We work in any channel. So, we have our online self-service channel, BDCs. We again, like our first BDC managers, they schooled me on like what they needed. So I was the student that was getting schooled in school. They say like, you got to make it this way. And we listened. So we have a really good solution for BDC. We integrate in with the AI agents. So and so I just view that as just like another intelligent call script that we provide, whether it's a human BDC agent or the AI agent, of just making sure, again, you're loading the shop in accordance to the vision of that service manager. If he or she could schedule that appointment 100% of the time there. So.
Everybody, Dave Anderson with Evenflow. He helps you intelligently schedule appointments to maximize your technician production. Very important in 2026. I mentioned contacting you. Now, next week is NADA. I know some of our audience is going to be out there. I'm going to be out there with Sarah. We're going to be in the West Hall. By the way, if you're coming to NADA, you'll be able to meet Dave. He's going to be with us for a good portion of that time. You're going to meet him on our stage in the West Hall at NADA next week and get a chance to maybe ask some of your questions. Of course, you can do your homework today up front and reach out to him ahead of time. You could visit the website. Your website's very impressive. It has a lot of great information on there.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I'd love to meet up with anyone who's interested in learning more, like email, call, text, and we'll find some time there. And actually, Steve, if you don't mind, I'd like to leave one last thought of bringing it back to healthcare, if you bear with me.
Yeah.
So another context of it, just thinking about, is primary care physicians. And in essence, like when you go to see your primary care physician, they're giving you an oil change. And maybe if you don't ask too many questions, they'll throw in a free tire rotation, but that's all what you're getting. So the way the economics are work is they need to turn you in 8 to 12 minutes, basically. So there's not much room for more. Now, I know a lot of primary care physicians, they want to do more. They know that they want to give you a fluid service. They know you need to change your brake pads or you give you an alignment, right? They want to do all that. They just can't. They got to turn you in 8 to 12 minutes there. Then the consequence of that is they're just triaging things, right? And it's not looking for long-term health outcomes, preventative medicine, but they're just kind of triaging near term. If you think about what happens in the dealership, when the teams are at their best, they have time to talk to the customers about services and repairs that they need for either safe operation of their vehicle, long-term, operation of their vehicle, the life of the vehicle, or minimizing their lifetime repair costs, right? All those things are in the customer's favor, right? They're not selling them anything that would be, a counter to what they want, right? And so in that case, you just think about where does this get in the way, right? Time. There's a lot of other factors, whether it's training, but time definitely gets in the way where they just don't have enough time to pull through these services, explain it. But they are the experts' advice, with recommendations, with demonstrable data, like a video, right, of what the things you would do. And in that way, I've always thought of coming in as an outsider, the word upsell is an odd one, right? I didn't look at it as my doctor upsold me a statin for my cholesterol. I looked at it as he was looking out for my long-term health.
That's right.
Same way of this coolant flush is in your long-term best interest, right? I'm not selling you something. I'm trying to help you in your long-term interest. And so I bring that back to like time. Like primary care doctors don't have the time. The beauty of the service centers is like if you manage the flow, you can create the time, and you get better customer outcomes, better experience. And by the way, then you drive service growth. You flag more hours, the team makes more money, ownership makes more money, everyone's happy.
And you've got loyal customers coming back, and you've got the retention of that customer, which is the big thing that many dealers look at as the holy grail.
Exactly. And all of this, the system is like you're looking out for their interests,
Dave, I'm going to invite you to come back this year. We have a couple more Fixed Ops Roundtables coming up. Yeah. I'd like to invite you to come on, maybe even bring some of the dealers using this and some of the Fixed Ops Roundtable dealers who will be using this. And let's maybe have a conversation with them, talk about how it's going, things that they've seen, efficiencies that they've gained. Dave, this is fascinating. And this is really the first time in almost 7 years on the Roundtable that we're addressing some of these issues. And you're doing that today. And that's very impressive, Dave Anderson at Evenflow. So, and we'll see you next week at NADA. We're going to spend some
looking
time.
forward to it. Yeah, thanks, Ted. Really appreciate it.
Everybody, if you want more information, you could reach out to Dave Anderson. First visit his website, Evenflow AI. You see his email scrolling on the screen. He's active on social media, as well as you see a phone number. You can call him or text him. If you're coming out to Las Vegas next week, stop in with the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We're in the West Hall. You're going to likely have a chance to meet up with Dave there as well. Maybe ask some questions in person. And Dave, thank you for making time to come in today and spend some time with the Fixed Ops Roundtable community. I assure you, this is time well spent for all of us. And like you said, the outcomes for the dealership as well, and the dealer group, as well as for the customer, that's the most important thing ultimately, right? So
yeah, exactly. No, thank you, Ted. I really appreciate it.
All right, everybody. Dave Anderson with Evenflow AI, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
All right, thanks.
More exciting news from the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We're proud to welcome Evenflow AI as our newest partner. Evenflow AI delivers intelligent AI-powered scheduling and capacity optimization for automotive dealership service departments, helping teams match technician availability with real customer demand to improve productivity, reduce bottlenecks, and increase revenue. Traditional appointment scheduling often overloads service lanes in the mornings and leaves gaps in the afternoons, wasting technician time and frustrating customers. Evenflow AI changes the game by loading your shop based on technician capacity and predicted demand, giving advisors, technicians, and fixed ops leaders a smoother, more efficient flow that drives measurable results. Dealerships using Evenflow AI are already seeing improvements in service revenue, higher utilization of technician clock hours, and better customer experiences, unlocking revenue that might otherwise be left on the table. We're proud to welcome Evenflow AI to the Fixed Ops Roundtable as our newest partner, helping dealerships optimize service operations, boost productivity, and convert capacity into profit. For more exciting updates like this, be sure to follow the Fixed Ops Roundtable today.
Thanks for Crocodile rocking with us at the Rock Revolution. The Fixed Ops Roundtable will be tuned up and ready to rock and roll for day 3 tomorrow morning. Until then, kick it with Benny and the Jets, and we'll see you at 9 a.m. Eastern.